Yeah. You're not sure if I type or don't so there's not anymore. Okay, everybody, go ahead and get this way. Well, welcome to the NIAA office. Those of you who are joining us virtually, welcome. This is the NIAA Realignment Committee meeting. August 28, 2024. It's 9:01 a.m. and I will call this meeting to order. Do the roll call. Please, if you are here, indicate so by saying so. Brooke Formaster.
Here.
Joshua Katz. Here. Miles Baldwin. Here. David Vitt. Here. Sean Fitzsimons. Present. Ken Parker. Here. Mike Brooks. Here. Sarah Scott. Phil Tubb. Here. Dallas Larson. Present. Jason Odegaard. Here. Rob Cottrell. Here. Wade Pearson. Here. Paul Sullivan. Here. Greg Cole. Here. Tammy Hayden. Here. Mark Crusoe has not yet joined us by Zoom. Tony Colton. Here. Hart Anderson. Here. Barbell Bell. Here. Got here in minutes. Oh, yeah. Right on to. Just try to give it. Rita Holbrook will be joining us virtually. He had some things he had to deal with his school today. Chris Magner. Mike Cofer. He also said he'll be joining us virtually. He's going to be a little bit late. Domingo Rivera. Here. Xavier Andrew. Here. Bob Levin. Here. Kevin Davis is here. Tia Wonder just disappeared to nothing. We care some hotel bills. Timothy Jackson. Here. Paul Hanks. Here. Thank you, everybody. We will move on to the approval of today's agenda for this meeting. You've had a chance to look it over. We will entertain a motion to approve today's agenda. That is on pages 2 and 3 in your package.
Well, before the process, I'll make that motion to approve today's agenda. We can make it a flexible agenda. Let's go ahead and make that agenda flexible.
Sure.
I'll second.
We have first and second. Any further discussion? Call for question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We have an agenda for today. Item number 4 is the approval of our meeting minutes from our May 30th, 2024 meeting. I felt like we're meeting during 2 weeks, almost 3 months now. Those minutes are on pages 5 through 8 of your packet. And you've had a chance to review them. We will entertain a motion to approve those, or if anybody sees anything that we need to correct on those minutes, please let us know. Looking for a motion to approve. Thank you. Thank you. And also, I will second. Thank you. Any further discussion, any questions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Very much. Takes care of the minutes. Item number 5 is committee chair comments and announcements. It's going to be just a little bit longer. We do have a couple of new members with us. You heard that during our roll call. First of all, across the table from me, Phil Toth from the Meadows is taking the place of Dr. Berkeley, the principal there, who had some obligations with school that was kind of taking him away a little bit. So Phil is the new athletic director at the Meadows this year too. Welcome on board, Phil. Glad to have you. Thank you. Anything you'd like to say to anybody here in the committee?
No, if I pronounce it Cal.
Cal, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'm just moved here from Dallas, Texas, so I'm happy to be a part of you guys.
Thank you so much. We'll get better next time.
That's okay, no worries.
Xavier Anthony from CCSD Athletics has taken the spot that Mr. Jackson had on the committee as the CCSD Athletics representative. You probably all know Mr. Anthium from his role with CCSD and also with NIAA. Mr. Anthium, anything you'd like to say?
I was appointed here by my boss. Ms. Sloan is fantastic, and I'm sure she's been really well. And I'm sure she's listening right now. Here we go.
Mr. Anthium?
Enjoy the call.
Mr. Jackson, obviously, is our new executive director, so he has graciously stayed on this committee. He's somebody who's obviously been through these realignment processes several times, somebody that I want to make sure is still involved, even though he's now got his fingers in even more cookie jars than before. So thank you, Mr. Jackson. Okay, restrooms, right back here behind me. Unfortunately, it's like one each, so we may get to a point where you're taking a number. But we will take a couple of breaks to make sure everybody, has time to do what they need to do. Lunch will be served today. We are having stuff brought in. Unfortunately, it is not the ribs from a couple blocks away. We will have something for you. I don't really know how long this meeting is gonna take. We planned for the worst. I'm hoping we're not anywhere near the worst. It really depends as we go through these proposals. What we've got to do today is hammer out policies and procedures. And if I keep talking, it's going to take longer. We do need next week to meet again virtually for a very short meeting. Assuming we get through the policies and proposals today, I need to turn those around in actual print form so that we can present those to the board and do everything we need to do at the board meeting. But when I put those in the print form, I want to make sure everybody in this room is okay with that and that nobody thinks I slid something else in there or that we did something wrong or misunderstood something. So right now we are looking at next Thursday at 2:30 p.m. I don't anticipate that taking any longer than about 20 minutes. Now, if we screw something up, it may take longer, but we're gonna try not to. So if you could make plans for that one, I know next week's kind of a shorter week with Labor Day and Monday, but we will try for Thursday at 2:30. The next step in that process then is this policies and procedures go to our board of control at their meeting in September. They approve that and there aren't any midnight surprises or any other type of surprises, then I think we're ready to roll. Please note, we have just one owl today, it's partnered somehow with work. Those do pick up side conversations, so across the table, like two people that nudge and whisper at each other, careful, it might pick you up, so. Be careful about what you're saying on the side. That's good. Yeah, see, I knew it already, what's going on with it. Okay, I think that takes care of everything that I need to say on committee chair comments and announcements. Let's move on to public comment, which is item number 6. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the committee about any matter not listed on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law have been met. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it's asked that that person can complete a public comment card and submit it to a committee member prior to the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person and or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the committee as a whole. Comments that are deemed to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willful, disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. I am checking my email now. I have nothing. I don't know. Jackson has nothing. Ms. Wander's not here. We didn't receive anything public comment wise in advance. We have one member of the public here with us today. Anything you can do that. Okay. All right, that made item number 6 easy. We move on to item number 7, which is the discussion of the Nevada administrative codes guiding the realignment process. This is for discussion only. We've had this discussion with this group a couple of times. We've gone along. We just want to rehash a few points here of what we've mentioned, that we don't want to reinvent the wheel when it comes to the NAC because of the process that takes and those who are involved in it. But I want to turn this over to Mr. Paul Anderson, our legal counsel, and he can kind of address what we've had to go through in getting this information to be part of the NAC and why it's difficult then if we want to change it so quick. Mr. Anderson?
Okay, so, Paul Anderson, legal counsel for the record. If you look at your packet, pages 9 through 20, are the latest, revisions to the NACs that we have with respect to realignment. And it was a pretty significant, change that we made. We took the old rule and basically, formulated it into what we've been doing for probably the last 3 alignments. So we were actually doing these things, the type of alignments that we have now. We were doing those before this regulation was actually passed. But this was finally approved back in February by the Secretary of State. It's become law. And so this is the regulation we have to follow. If there are things that come up today that in essence kind of go against this reg, then we're going to have to discuss that as to whether we can do it or not. I don't really know what else to add other than in terms of the process. Bart brought that up. A lot of you who've been on our board or at these meetings have heard me repeatedly talk about how long it takes to change any type of a regulation or adopt a new regulation through the Legislative Council Bureau. And it can take up to a year, sometimes more, to do so. With respect to this regulation, it took much longer than that because there were a lot of questions that the Legislative Council Bureau had in terms of what we were doing. But as I say, we finally have gotten this to a point where we have our 5 classifications. We're allowed to use a rubric. We're allowed to use numbers. There's a lot of leeway in how we go about realigning. But getting beyond that and trying to create new classes, you know, like a class 6A or something at this point is something we just can't do. So if there was truly a need to revise the regulation, that's something that would have to go to our Board of Control. And like I say, that would be probably at least a year from now before we'd be able to make any modifications. So I just want everybody to keep that in mind as you move forward. And if you have any questions, we'll address those.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any questions now for as we go through this process, what this actually means when we say we need to kind of stick within the boundaries of what we have in the NAC? Mr. Larson.
Now, Harvey Trace out, are any of the proposals that we've been floating causing issues? Are there any that would cause us problems with NACs have been floated then?
No. Yeah, we'll talk about that as we go through the proposals. Yes, there are some areas, I don't want to start singling them out right now, we've had a chance to review them. But yeah, there are parts of them, it may not be the entire proposal, but parts of them that would go against what we have right now.
Yeah, I'll add also, basically the alignment that we did the last alignment prior to this one complies with the regulation as written.
Any other questions, any other discussion on this item? All right, we'll move on to item number 8. I apologize by the way the TV appears to have frozen off. It's actually instead of sharing the screen that I have right here, it shows the map. We'll work on it. Item number 8 is a discussion on schools with teams that do not fulfill league obligations and the possible ramifications for the school annual team. And the reason that this is on this agenda is we want this committee's opinion on what we need to do with this item. Our board already has set policy going forward, that if you are unable to fulfill your league obligation, you go on to independent status for that sport for the remainder of that alignment cycle and the entirety of the next alignment cycle, which is a pretty steep punishment for those teams that maybe couldn't fulfill or didn't have a program last year. They were out last year, they go independent this year. Our next alignment cycle, as you guys remember, is a 3-year cycle. And that's something that you look at that you kind of wonder the long-term damage that does to a program. Certain of these sports also, when we look at them and we look at maybe a sport like golf. When you're a soccer or volleyball team and you drop, or a football team and you drop, you've taken a game off somebody else's schedule, maybe 2 games off somebody else's schedule. When you're a golf program and you drop, and you were a part of a 5-team match somewhere else, the match still goes on. Everybody still plays. It really didn't hurt those opposing teams. I know Mr. Jackson wants to chime in on this too. I've looked at this and went, man, that's an awfully steep penalty to pay. The 1A has had policy for quite some time on how they handle that. Before we kind of bring those in, Mr. Jackson, and you really wanted this to be a part of this discussion too. Please, sir, go ahead.
No, thank you. So when this regulation was being developed, and I will take full responsibility for that in my previous role. This was me, 100% nagging and driving for this. The genesis of this regulation was very simple. We had schools like, I'm looking at Dallas right now, Coapa Valley, who would do home and away and a crossover with the team. That's 3 games in a basketball season. 2 weeks before the season started, they would get notified, oh, we're not going to field a team anymore. Now they have 3 holes in their schedule and we couldn't get them filled because we'd already scheduled it out. So the purpose of that was not to penalize, but more to guide, to commit. Say you're going to have a team, field a team. The unintentional result of my bias to protect certain schools, and I'm going to call it that, it was a bias, to protect certain schools and to protect the integrity of a schedule, resulted in a regulation being written, vetted, and now being applied that has unintended consequences. I believe that this regulation needs to be redone and add a caveat at the end, says at the discretion of the executive director, because what they're doing in the 1A, and David Vick is I've cited him more than anyone else on this because he's the one who pointed out and opened my eyes to it, is it's unintentionally punishing schools that have lower enrollments, that are not doing it intentionally. They're not trying to game the system to get a state championship in boys volleyball, for lack of better terms. What it should have been written as is if you cannot field it, then the executive director and you should meet and figure out why. And that's where this needs to go. So my intention here is this. I'm going to bring this up to the board again at the next meeting. It will be agendized as an item with the understanding that we need to revise it or repeal it. My hope is that we can revise it so it still gives the executive director the authority to go back in and look at a school that has the student population to participate and is not meeting the needs of membership, not addressing the concerns of enrollment, which I think are the 2 different things. So what I would like this body to do is support that in the sense that we say, yes, listen, we're going to realign you based on where you belong. We're not going to penalize you as saying we're not aligning you because you're in this situation, because I do believe this regulation is going to, and I'm going to strive to make it happen. That's one of my goals. So with that being said, is there any questions for me as to what we're looking for from this point? Good. Thank you.
Mr. Vick, would you mind kind of explaining what you guys do in the 1A?
David Vick, 1A. So in the 1A, if you drop a program, you would spend 1 year in independence. Because at a small school, you could not have the kids 1 year and you can get a big class the next year. You could have that as kids. But when you start talking about a realignment cycle, after this next one, those kids, if they want to play that sport, they are leaving. And you're not going to get that program back. The other part about this regulation, which Jackson and I have talked about, is that it states that you have to have a sport in every season. But you can't add a sport until you bring that other sport back. So like for us, we don't have football. I could do cross country, but I can't add cross country until I bring football back. And we only got 65 kids and we're not gonna be able to do both. So I like it better that you spend 1 year independent. And then if you fulfill your schedule, then you can come right back into it. That works for us. I understand Mr. Jackson's case on talking about the bigger schools because I see what happens. But it's night and day difference between us and that.
I have more of this question. When you say like at your discretion, are you looking at like population, like what would you look at to make that decision?
That, here, Tim Jackson, and that's a great question. First of all, I will never pigeonhole myself into giving you a definitive answer.
That's
Okay.
fair.
I will not go on the record as saying I'm going to do this and this. I think the prime example here is, I'm going to go back to Mr. Vick. His baseball team this year, how many seniors did you have? Five seniors. So he may not have a full baseball team next year. So him and I would have a conversation and we would be like, oh, no. But what I'm talking about from the perspective of the large school, I would look at schools and say, why are you not fielding the program? Is it lack of interest? Or are you simply dropping the program because you do not feel you can compete competitively? That's not a good reason. So I think it would be case by case, but I also think it would be a deeper dive into the real reason why. And that being said, that's where the membership committee is being reformed, the new membership committee. And I think that is one of the things we need to address, because this was not an issue that was coming out of established members. This was coming out of new members who were reading the room and saying, okay, we're gonna be able to do this year, but we may not, so we're gonna drop here, but we're gonna come in over here. And we were in the middle of a realignment cycle, where the 1A protocols works perfectly for that, because if they're on independent status, then we don't have to worry about redoing a league schedule. Now, if Dallas has a hole in the Moapa Valley basketball schedule, and there is somebody on independent status, those games are filled. They can pick up those games and we can move forward and we've done that before in the past in the South, where they had a school that was coming into membership. They simply filled in where there were holes in the league schedule. We actually gave them a league schedule, even though they weren't in the league yet. I'm gonna use Doral Academy because they created it. It was called the Swoop and Scott, because John Scott figured out what to do. He would swoop through your schedule, find a hole, and put his team right in there, and they would play. So that's why I think that's why I like that idea for the adjustment to the schedule. But I think at the discretion of the executive director applies more so to the larger school settings as opposed to the smaller school.
And I think, as Mr. Jackson said earlier too, I think a lot of you've been in that situation where you get to a week away from the season or a week away from your game, and your opponent is suddenly, oh, sorry, we don't have a team.
Day off.
Yeah, and now you're left trying to fill a game, and maybe it was your homecoming games for football. We're trying to deter people from taking the easy way out and just say, look, make sure that this is really what you want to do before you start canceling everybody else, Mr. Jackson.
And the last caveat to this is, for me, he knows the size of his 8th grade class coming in next year. He's not gonna call me the day before the season starts and say, we're not gonna offer a sport. He's gonna call me in the spring and say, our graduating class was 12 boys in the athletic end. We're only replacing them with 4. We're gonna have some trouble in these areas, and that communication is the key. So once again, the statement made the day of cancellation of the program, that needs to be addressed ahead of time, knowing full well what's going on, and not giving them the death penalty inadvertently. Because let's just be honest, if they do this now, you're gonna have a class matriculate through without the opportunity to ever compete. 3-year realignment cycle, plus you gotta have it as an independent status. That's a 5-year window where they may not have the school. You're gonna have kids that are in the 8th grade feeding into a high school that may never have the opportunity to participate in a sport. It was inadvertent. Obviously, I did not foresee that occurring, and it's gotten fixed. But I like what the 1A does. I think it's a more tempered, leveled response to what was put in.
Mr. Larson?
Yeah, just a question, Dallas Larson, Great South. Does this have any connection with if you have a school that drops a sport, that's their only sport for that season? Because they drop boys basketball, but that was their only boys sport in the winter. Does this have to do with that one as well?
Yeah, that's a separate issue, that's a membership issue. That's been brought up by the board as they want to discuss it as well.
Okay.
But at the same time, that may be the case for a smaller school in Nevada that it might have been their sport. They shouldn't be penalized for that. But this inadvertently penalizes them for that. What you're talking about also is a school who's come in at, say, the 4A level and only offers one sport, and now they don't offer any sports. That needs to be addressed at the membership status level, and that's what Mr. Polson on the board has brought that up and would like that addressed. So we're going to start having the conversations on membership status when we look at it from, are you offering what your minimum is required?
Thank you.
Mr. Cole, you were reaching for your card earlier.
Yeah, great call by me. So I just want to make sure that I understand. Really what we're trying to do is keep kind of schools from deciding, hey, we want to become factories for certain sports. But then, hey, this is our specialty, but as we read the room, we don't think we're gonna be competitive over this period of years, so we're dropping out, but we think we could be in this area, and so we're adding this and stuff like that.
That is truly the genesis of my thought process. I saw that actually occurring, and I thought we needed to stop it because first of all, it wasn't fair to the leagues. And secondly, it wasn't fair to the association that we had teams that were cherry picking sports as they were becoming members.
And again, it's a situation where we want to make sure that these schools that are dropping programs because they really have to drop a program, because you are affecting a number of other schools when you wipe out a football schedule or a basketball schedule or softball schedule. Again, some of those other sports where we look at track or swimming or golf doesn't quite have that type of effect because those meets can still go on without you, but the football game can't if you don't have it at home. The basketball game can't if you don't have it at home. Mr. Simons.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the board or the committee aware. I know it works for 1A and you think 2A is similar, but we have different problems in 2A, even though it's just one class up. We had a school last year, July of 2023, tell us that they were going to have football. We already had the schedules made. Like Mr. Davis said, it was a big hole in everybody's schedule. We're all scrambling to try to find the game. Some people had scheduled that school for their homecoming for football. The same school this year, we got out of heaven at the conference in February and in our meetings in the spring, it said they would not have football. So we did not schedule them for football. Then there was some disagreements with their AD and their administration that they were going to have football or not. I'm the Southern 2A president and league president, and we were trying to get answers if we were going to have football. We didn't have one scheduled. I just think it's a delicate balance. I agree with what people have said as far as not waiting a whole other cycle. But now this school will not have football. We didn't schedule, so we're good there. But then even at a 2A level, they will put their male athletes in like a fall community basketball league, right? And then they'll just play basketball, get 35 games in before November, when we're not really holding their feet to the fire of, well, what other sport can you offer? I don't know if we're doing cross country, but I just think, again, I agree it should be revised. And maybe like you said, at your discretion, for a case by case basis, but even in 2A, we have issues with, we have a school that plays volleyball in the spring, boys volleyball with 3As, but won't field a softball or baseball program. So I mean, again, it might just be individual league issues as well, where we say, when you fill out that form every year with the United Way, you're saying you're gonna offer these sports and you're gonna have them. So just from a 2A perspective, we feel the pain as well. Yes.
And the reason we bring this up with this committee, obviously, is we're gonna be tasked over the course of the next several meetings with putting schools or teams into classifications. We wanna make sure that what we're playing by, everybody in the room is comfortable with, and we can kind of take that to the board. This is not an action item. I'm not looking for a motion here to say this is necessarily what we take. But if we have this discussion, everybody's pretty much on the same page. When Mr. Jackson brings that up in front of the board in less than a month, that carries some weight. Mr. Larson, you're reaching for the.
Yeah, that was my question. What can we, it's not for discussion, so I'm gonna ask what we can do in the committee. What you're asking of us for instance.
And the other thing too, to remember, we talk about You can't, if you drop a sport, you can't bring another sport in. The 1A is gonna remember Sandy Valley a few years ago, when they didn't have enough kids for football, and they ran cross country instead. We don't wanna take opportunities away from the kids. What we're saying though is you can't go compete for postseason in that. If your kids don't wanna do something else, and you can pick up enough events, we're okay with that. By the same token, don't wanna take away the postseason. Let's say somebody drops a tennis program. And they've got the best tennis kid in the state in 8th grade. And we're gonna take you out this year, last year, this year, and the next 3. The best tennis kid in the state never competes for a state championship if they stay there. And as Mr. Vick was referring to earlier, those kids start to leave and go elsewhere. Now the problem exists beyond 5 years. Because now you're trying to rebuild after all that happens. And that becomes a very long time, so,
This might be a dumb question, but,
it's never stopped anybody in this room before.
and it probably will never stop me either, just saying. Can there be something put in that's like 1A, 2A specific? And then, because obviously the reasons why things happen in 1A and 2A is completely different than the reasons why happens at our schools and our charters and our correct.
Mr. Jackson?
I don't want to put language in that puts us into a corner.
Okay.
Because what happens
That's
there is different than what happens there, which is different than what happens there. The language that was put in painted us into a corner.
Okay.
And I don't want that. That's why I wanted just to say at the discretion of the executive director, so that Fitz calls me and says, Tim, this is a situation we have. Okay, we can work on that. Or Dallas calls me, this is a situation we have. Or David calls me. That way we have that flexibility. I don't want us painted in a corner. This is not something that I believe is a loophole for people to use for any eligibility purposes or anything else, other than it gives us the discretion to address issues of fielding programs that then can be brought back to the membership committee, which is where I really do believe it should lie at the end of the day as to the status of their membership from this point forward.
One other thing on this point, when we say dropping the program or unable to fulfill their league obligations, that doesn't mean that in a given week, 1 week, we have 18 kids out for this program and 14 of them are eligible or sick or whatever, we can't play. That's not what's wiping you out. That's 1 game, those things happen, we understand. We're talking about, you've looked your in the eye and went, I'm sorry, we're just not gonna play these games. And it affects everyone. Mr. Jackson, correct on that? Anything else?
No, that's all. Okay, I'm good.
So before I cut this out, I think just my concern would be, and I do like that, because it makes it a little more vague. I agree with Director Jackson. My concern is that when we do have these habitual line steppers or whatever you want, that the hammer does get dropped, because we do have members in our organization that this happens often. So I just want to make sure that when it does happen, we know why it's happening. If their feet are held with the fire, go through it, by whoever it needs to be, whether that's the membership committee or whoever. I just want to make sure that it does get addressed. But yeah, and like these guys said, the problems are different from 1A to 5A, so that would be my concern.
1A also remembers, and thankfully the 1A's not far side of the room, it's gonna be harder for them to throw something at and hit you with this. Remembers Quest, when they were a member several years ago. Started out as basketball, started adding volleyball, and one day decided Tonopah's really far away, we're not gonna go. We're trying to prevent that, so. Mr. Anthium, I know we're kind of putting you on the spot, you're the guy that does the scheduling for the 3A, 4A, 5A South. You encounter issues with people canceling games 5 minutes before the game, canceling parts of seasons. Are you okay with part of this discussion?
I mean, clearly, as you heard from Tony and Tammy, and I'll say more so to Tony's statement, is that we hear, and I'm gonna be open, some charter schools that say they're gonna have programs, and I don't find out about it until the season already started, and I have to be notified. I think Dallas might even let me know of a B volleyball team that was canceled, that there was no communication on their behalf to let us know. So I definitely have genuine concern when it comes to that. We need to know, and I don't know how the verification process can be a little bit better, but we have the master schedule. It's available for everyone to see down south, and if it's not used to its full effectiveness, it hurts everybody.
Please be aware, everybody, that we're not saying that if you can't fulfill your JV schedule, you can't fulfill your B schedule, that wipes out your entire program. We're talking about the varsity level.
Mhm.
And making sure that you have a program. Anybody else on this item? I don't want to take forever on it, but I want to make sure that we have some sort of, let's call it consensus among everybody here, that we seem to like something like this or something else. That we can take forward to the board and say, look, the realignment committee had this discussion. We can all pretty much settle this. Anything else from the group? Okay, Mr. Jackson, you good with what we need to take forward to the board?
Absolutely.
Thanks, sir. Before we move on to item number 9, a couple of notes. Mr. Coper has been able to join us, although he's kind of bumping in and out. He's got some connectivity issues. Mr. Holbrook is also here with us on Zoom. So we could add them to those who are here. Appreciate that. And now the fun starts. Item number 9 is the review of the discussion about submitted realignment proposals. They're in your packet. We'll start with how they are in your packet. Those of you in the room here, you've got your laptops, you can probably pack it up as well. This first one is on page 21 and 28. This is the proposal that NIAA put forward. And you want to say or I'm gonna start and then I'll let you feel okay. That's okay with you. Yep. The NIA still really likes this proposal. We think this is a really good way to go. The NIA also knows that when the NIA puts something completely foreign and different to what we've done for long periods of time, it takes some time for everybody to figure it out, to learn, for us to educate. And we brought this forward in the spring and it's August, and that's not a whole lot of time. We're talking about fulfilling of policies and procedures today. I probably like this proposal more now than I did when I came up with it. But making sure everybody's on board with it is the real catch to this, because there's a lot there. Mr. Jackson, you and I are both very familiar with it. We're very familiar with parts of it from being elsewhere. You'd like to go ahead on this?
Yeah, thank you. I do like this in its purest form, but I believe a change of this drastic of a nature is not something we do heading into a realignment. I think this is something we look at 3 years into the future with a lot of education for a lot of people, because this is not just a change. It's a seismic shift in the way we do a lot of things athletically. And I do not think we're there. I think it would cause more harm than it would cause good. But at the end of the day, I want to continue to talk and the conversation about it. But at this time, I think we should pull it off.
Yeah, and that's, Mr. Jackson, I've had discussions about this. Again, I still, I like this idea. I'm a numbers guy, and there are people in this room, and we've done a very good job as a committee, making sure we're all looking at the greater good and not just the school or schools we represent. We're in the position where we try to look at all 123. And there's gonna be pushback, there always is. Those of you who were with us in 2009, was it, at Legacy? When Mr. Bonine put something forward, he was the executive director, and I was pretty sure we were gonna have a riot. Because it was new, because it was not talked about, because we hadn't gone out and mentioned it to everybody, and I see some nods around the table, remember. I think that's what we need to do, is spend the next couple, 3 years really explaining this proposal. If it has to be one-on-one or one in a small group, to make sure people understand it. Is it gonna be something we do in 3 years? Not necessarily. Maybe it's something we go to, maybe it's not. Maybe as we go through these discussions, we find out people really don't like it, and here's why they don't like it, and forces us to take it. But that was what I mentioned to Mr. Jackson, he's mentioned it too. We're gonna pull proposal one off the table, just because I don't want there to be the arguments and the riots. I like it, I think it's really good. But I'm just not sure we're ready. Say it.
You know, I'm gonna ask this question. So. Who would be doing that talking? Who would be doing that? You two?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because look, Tim Jackson, we've lived this.
Right,
We are very familiar with it. It's a comfort level for us because I will be honest with you, that's where my mind always goes. It's a learned trait, learned behavior. So I think if we were to look at this as a future proposal, I think it would start with informing this group of what it meant, how it works, how we would do it. But then we would also have to have meetings with other people, like Mark said, one-on-one, small group, but just get people to start to understand what we're looking at and what it would mean. We can provide you with samples and examples of team A and team B, but to really start to use this in the background as we're going through the next 3 years, to show you the raw data that it would truly involve and how it would work. I think that is a big shift. And the other thing that would come from this is the role the schools would play moving forward with their athletic departments. This puts a little bit more, I don't want to say onus on the school department, it changes the dynamic from some of the larger schools, where the smaller schools are already doing this for the most part. Maybe they're not doing this at the large schools. So those conversations would have to take place. Do I think we can get there in 3 years? I don't know. I really don't. And I don't want to say yes or no, but I do believe it warrants a thorough conversation, because we can also poll other states that do this, or this variation of this very close to it, to start looking at them to see how it affects them. Because there are some states out there that are very similar to us in one aspect only, the number of member schools participating, not in the sheer size of the state, but they are the same mathematical size as we are. So we have some data out there we can start looking at. I think it's a hard conversation to have, because the other thing we're going to face is the issue that we face in many aspects of it. The turnover rate is extraordinarily high in the roles you fill. The people who are in their seats today probably won't be the same people that are in most of those seats in 3 years. So it's a constant re-education of what's going on. I mean, just watching the dynamic of the realignment committee change every 2 years as to who is on it and where it rolls. I think Bart has done a nice job of bringing people who are not board members to this, so that it's a body that can look at it from that aspect. But it also will be educating everybody in this room exactly how it works. So it's a long process, Tammy. I don't think it's gonna happen in a year. I don't know if it can happen in 3 years. We may be looking at something that's gonna be 7 years down the line for all we know. If it ever will occur. We just don't know that time frame. And it may never occur. But I just don't think at this time proposal one needs to have any further discussion.
With the exception of, I will say the one thing that I did like the most about this proposal, when we start talking about competitive balance, and this is something to consider as we go through all of this. We're not talking specifically postseason. We're talking about the games you play that make up the bulk of your schedule. And we've had different alignments where teams were put into leagues where they had zero chance to compete. We're trying to stay away from that, because everybody knows there are teams that you've got that you think you've got a shot to win state at. I'm not that, what classification you're in, we're pretty good, we can win state. There are others, no matter where we put you, we're not gonna win state. We need to find competitive games during the course of the year, keep kids involved, make sure they're playing. The example I use on this is those of you who are baseball fans, take a look at the American League Central standings sometimes and tell me how the White Sox can be 44 games behind first place in their division. When Major League Baseball teams are all supposed to be competitive. The White Sox and Cleveland's payroll aren't that different. But we want to make sure when you're playing a 14, 16, 12 game league schedule, whatever it is, as many of those can be competitive as possible are. In the playoffs, you may only get one, maybe two. It needs to be more geared towards the regular season. Anything else on proposal one before you name it, Mr. Jackson?
Please never speak of the Cleveland Guardians in such a foul tone ever again, Mr. Davis.
We're 44 games up on the White Sox.
and you jinxed the whole program.
Yeah, I'm the one that caused me to lose the Royals the last 2 days. Okay, let's move on to proposal number 2, which is on pages 29 through 40 of your packet. This came to us from the Southern Nevada football coaches. Don't have anybody here to represent again today. They do have combining the current 5A 1, 2, and 3 into one league. There was also a part of this proposal that created an open division that had 8 teams in it based on Max Prep's rankings. That is something. You want this one, Mr. Jackson? You want
I'll take this one if you don't mind. So my concern with Max Prep's rankings is the validity of the scores. This weekend, Mr. Davis and I were shocked I was shocked, he was not shocked, at the sheer volume of games that were reported incorrectly. Matter of fact, some of the games were reported against opponents that were in the wrong state. One school was in California, but the school they reported against was in Texas. So I'm concerned about the validity of the data that we can't really, and I'm not saying not the data presented, I'm talking about the data we need to be pulling from Max Preps. We also have issues with schools not reporting or schools reporting incorrectly. So there are some major issues there. I'm going to be on the record by saying I am not, I can't get behind something that uses data that we aren't able to verify ourselves on a regular basis. When we use our data for the rubric, the NIAA office uses it, that's verifiable data. We've pulled it ourselves, we know what it is. So that concerns me with Max Preps. So I just, that to me is one of the aspects of this that I just don't think we should go down a path with. Anything else you want me to add, Bart?
No, I think you're good, Mr. Colgan. In just a second, the other part, we had a discussion with our Max Preps representative, Lisa Dancer. And I asked her, what process do you have for the verification of scores? Are you checking the look? And she said, she told me flat out, we don't have a. They have schools in all 50 states and DC, but they're looking at that. They can't possibly go through every school. There are scores that are in there twice because at a volleyball tournament, school X had the game at 4 o'clock. Well, it didn't actually start till 4:45 and school Y put it in differently. And now that game's counted twice and affects the ratings. We talked about systems being flawed before. When there's incorrect information, you're on that. You get that. It's cool.
Yeah, great call, 45 at the record. If you're one of the top schools in the nation, then you're not going to be watched and followed pretty closely by Max Preps. If you're a school that happens to have somebody that prioritizes putting that in there and putting it in correctly, and your coach is somebody that's that follows it because you're highly ranked, then it's going to be as accurate as you want it to be. But if you're not, and you don't take that Max Prep process seriously, it's going to be inaccurate, right? That's the way it's always been. It doesn't matter what state you're in, whether it's Nevada, Ohio, Iowa, whatever it is. It's just as accurate as the people that are putting the data in for that exact reason. So I think that's what makes it flawed. I think in theory, if we all knew that somebody had time for each school to go in and put it in accurately, it could be something that could be useful. But since we know that we don't, and most schools don't have the time to make sure, we barely have time to make sure that the scores get calculated correctly here locally. You know, there's just no guarantee that that's going to be correct. So I think that's what makes at least an extra part of this proposal hard to get on. That's, as you said, Mr. Jackson.
And the other part of it too, and Mr. Larson, I'll think of Mr. Walk Valley plays Western football, part of the league that was in. And I go in on a Friday night. Thankfully, this eventually got corrected anyways, but somebody thought they were being cute, but Western 78, Milwaukee nothing, Milwaukee Valley nothing in the game. That never happened. Probably not ever gonna. We need to make sure that that stuff's not getting through. And when we start talking about Max Preps ranking, enveloping the entire state, well, you've got schools playing out-of-state teams. Now we have to worry about who the out-of-state teams are playing, who their opponents are playing, and the ripple effect of that becomes massive. The other part of the Max Preps ranking is based on point differential. They start with a mock-up of +10, +8, +6, +4. Two people are trying to walk up around, play each other. There's an expected margin of victory in that game. And if whichever team wins, it doesn't win by enough, their rating suffers a little bit. If they win by more than enough, their rating goes up a little bit. We try to stay away from point differential and stuff that we do because we don't ever want to encourage running up the score. The other part of this proposal is the open division playoff, and this is going to come up in some other proposals too. Football. You remember the issues that we had a couple of years ago trying to finally pass something in football, and we ended up creating a 5A Division I, Division II, and Division III. We created that saying it was a 2-year trial. Nothing more than that. There was no commitment to go beyond that. We have heard from several people, oh, well, can we do this for our sport? We found a way, kind of a loophole, we all call them 5A. But we also look at football and think, we've only got 90-some football playing teams, 7 championships this time. The open playoffs also, Mr. Anderson, both Mr. Andersons are sitting next to me, Mr. Art Anderson, you're right next to me. If that open playoff, if the max preps rankings included Spanish Springs at number 6. Theoretically, you'd be on the road to a Southern team in that first week, number 3. And then if you win that game, you're on the road the next week back to the South. But if you win that game, maybe the state championship game is in the South. 3 weeks in a row of cross-state travel, the potential for that. I don't think that, and I don't want to speak for you, but my guess is, and Mr. Bell, right from the chief of China, and this Demonic's had some successful football teams as well. I don't think that's anything you want to do in terms of this last time, and I would guess that the school districts and their athletic office budgets would not be terribly happy.
Yeah, that, Art Anderson, 48581. That's what Mr. Davis is saying. That's our number one concern about this proposal. And I know Coach Morocco put a lot of time into this, and it's just the overall expense. Washoe County is not going to fund twice travel down to the south. I don't know if Clark County would fund a team twice, the same team coming up to the north and having to put them up in a hotel possibly because of that travel. We just, and this is a complete sidebar, but we had a great game on Friday against Shadow Ridge. We went down to the south, and we had expected, maybe out of being naive, we had expected to maybe spend about $8,000 for that travel. It ended up being double that expense for the hotel, airline tickets down there. And again, it was a great experience. We would do it again, but we're talking at least 15,000 to 16,000 each time you travel that far. So per team, not much.
Mr. Anthiam, I don't know if you want to speak for CCAB athletics on that, but I mean, the budget is pretty well set in advance too, and if this happened to flip-flop and let's say either the Monty's Spanish Springs, whomever's number 1 overall in max preps rankings. I can't imagine if Minogue keeps going through and winning, the CCSD would want to necessarily keep funding teams to go up there every week either. Mr. Anthony?
Thanks, Bart, for putting me on the spot.
Sure.
Xavier Anthony for the record. So I can tell you, and everyone knows that money's tight. Clark County School District, even though we're a very large district, we have a limited budget, and I can tell you that concerns Ms. Sloan often. So definitely, there's definitely concern there. I know we're going to talk specifically championships. Bart, my question to you on this?
I don't think we have to.
Because yeah, I think if we're just to play a qualifying round or semifinals and we're moving in that direction, I don't think that's will be appreciated on.
Other committee members, anything to add on this one? Say,
So coming from a state that we travel like that all the time. We 6 hours, I mean, I remember doing it when I was in high school, and we played a game because of weather, it took longer, but we did that 3 weeks in a row. And every other state in the country does this. Now, I understand budget's an issue, I totally get that. But if we set something and give them time to plan, because we gotta look at budget and competitive balance, right? We can't say budget's gonna be the reason why we have complete total domination geographically. I mean, I know we have to take, obviously, I know we have to take budget into account. But that's gonna be the one thing that's gonna prevent, because the rest of this proposal, looking at it, competitively balance wise, it works.
There are parts of it, yeah.
I mean, nothing's gonna be 100%.
No,
We know that, but there are parts of this that work. And I mean, I know it's one of those, the whole geographical thing does have to come into play at some point, but every other state does it. I wanna know how they figure it out. Because I was in high school a long time ago. And we played our game and we got on the bus and we came back. And that was okay. You had. We didn't have to get put up in a hotel every time.
and there are some states that you could cross the state. No matter where you are in that state, you be the other side, 3.5 hours.
Right,
Yeah,
100%, but there's a lot of states that you can't.
correct. Mr. Baldwin,
Well, the 1A, so in the 1A, the football semifinals are like held in neutral. For lack of a better term, neutral sites, so like this year it'll be both semifinals are in the north. Last year they were both in the south. Just throwing that out there, is that something that Clark and Marshall do?
I wanna be careful, because right now you guys just jumped into postseason.
Yeah.
We're not talking postseason yet. We're talking alignment for regular season, so I don't think we should talk about postseason. I get it's a part of this proposal. But at the same time, I think we need to stay the course because we're not talking about postseason yet. So I don't think we should, I think that's a conversation for later. And I'm not disagreeing with you, Tammy.
No.
I'm definitely not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that maybe we should say, for the aligned purpose of this meeting, let's look at that aspect of it.
and some of these proposals, as you'll see, the line gets blurred.
Yeah.
And that does get difficult, but yeah, format wise. It's gonna be. A little bit tricky to work out. Anything else on number 2? Proposal number 3. Came to us from Sierra Vista's athletic director, Bedowitz. It is on 41 through 45 of your packet. And this got into some areas where the discussion was interesting, also brought up the possibility of open divisions here, divisional placement, and league placement. And there is a playoff breakdown there as well, but there'd be a large division open state champion and a small division open state champion. We're getting back into that area of the number of classes. There's nothing here that really necessarily mapped out how the leagues would have to be taken. There's a statistical analysis, use that to develop a fair seeding system. It takes into account team performance, strength of schedule, and head-to-head matchups. But that creates a top 10 open division. And again, we're kind of looking at ways where we can put teams into leagues where they can be competitive with each other. Questions, comments? This is a basketball only.
It is a basketball.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, curious out, if I remember right, the coach was told at the same time as the football, and he mentioned they were basically. He thought it was almost similar to football, but the proposals very similar. He was okay with the football kind of matching with basketball.
That's correct.
We're 1 season and 2 weeks into what we're currently doing. Do we really know how effective that is yet? Right? We haven't even had time to determine if what we're doing now works, in my opinion. I mean, we haven't seen it shake out more than one time.
Something's across the read my mind.
I mean, shouldn't we see, I get I think the appetite is to apply something similar to what we're doing with football now with other sports. But we haven't even had time to see if what we're currently doing works. We've had 1 year of relegation. Now, honestly, there are some things I think that I could potentially be tweaked with what we did after a year. But have we even really given that a chance to grow legs?
Jackson?
I can tell you that I've either sat as a voting member or as a liaison to this board or to this committee since the first inception, when it was first brought to my attention at Durango High School. I want to tell you 16 years ago.
Feels longer, probably.
Right, 16 years ago. We have yet to go through a realignment cycle where we have not reinvented the wheel. What Tony is saying has definite validity. We have not ever said, it's not broken, it's not perfect, but we can look at this for one more cycle and see how it really looks. Because we've changed it every single time. Good point, Tony, thank you.
Other comments, questions? I do want to be very clear on one thing. This is not about the NIAA committee chair, the executive director sitting in these seats and telling you what we have to do. That's what this committee decides, what you want to do. We take forward to the board ultimately decides this is what we're going to do. What we are offering up from our end, and we look at these proposals, trying to put logic and common sense and whatever else behind it to see what we as people who've been a part of this for a long period of time think might work, think might not work. Maybe we're way off base, maybe we're right on. That's for others to decide. But I don't want anybody to think I'm sitting here target shooting these proposals, trying to take them all out. This is just what we're seeing on our end, and I do encourage discussion from everybody else. If they see something totally different, think this is what they want. There's nothing wrong. Other questions, comments on proposal 3? Proposal number 4, I'm not even going to try to summarize because the person who turned it into us is seated to my left, Art Anderson, in Spanish Springs. The large school state wrestling tournament proposal for the committee. Mr. Anderson, anything you'd like to comment here?
Art Anderson, 485 North. Just believing that adding the 4A and 5A together, possibly combining some of the lower classifications together would just and again, I'm coming at it from a wrestling fan, and I just think it would make for a more exciting tournament. It would make for a more competitive bracket in the state tournament. And it would give those champions, it would give them something a little bit more for that tournament, I would say.
Mr. Paul Anderson and Mr. Jackson. This is really a postseason tournament proposal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is on, I'm sorry, it's on page 46 and 47 of your packet, but as we follow along. This isn't something, again, addressing my question, Mr. Paul Anderson, Mr. Jackson, that we necessarily have to say yes or no to today, because this is really a postseason tournament format thing that this committee could look at when we get through the wrestling part of it and start to set the tournament type of thing, correct?
Yeah. I did have one question.
Mr. Jackson.
This is intriguing to me. So would 1A, 2A, 3A be one bracket, and then 4A, 5A would be the other, and then the girls would be a third bracket?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I just wanted to.
Right, and again, my expertise is 4A, 5A. I know when the large schools start to talk about the smaller schools, vice versa, we lose context. It would have to be something that they would want to do as well.
That was just clarification. I didn't want to bring it up with discussion, but I want to make sure I had the right notes.
But
We'll talk. Okay, thanks.
Again, we don't need to go very far with this today. It's something that when we get through the alignment for wrestling, which can't take place until February, March. So that would set the full season. This committee is also setting full season term performance. But we do need to probably be in contact with our 182A people before that. Just because you guys are gonna have a lot of your stuff set by the time we get through December. So. Any questions, comments on this one?
Just real quick, have you been, and I think most of the people in this room have you've been around long enough. It's very similar to what we used to have just when there was a 4A. When there was a 4A, we had, each region, there was 2 regions in the south, 1 in the north. And each qualified 5 wrestlers for the state championship. So we had a 16-man bracket. It was extremely exciting. And that 4A champion, a lot of those champions went on to wrestle Division I wrestling. So it's, again, I don't know if that's going to promote, and we still have champions obviously going on to wrestle at the higher level, but it's just, it makes, when we talk about there being several different state championships and it makes it, I think it just adds importance to winning that championship for the individuals, regardless of whether we keep a team score or not. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Anything else, Mr. Pittsines?
Sean Simons, 2A. Didn't the state years ago do something called like super state? And they tried this, but it was each.
Yeah, that took us even.
Yeah.
The attempt on that was even right before I got here, so we're talking now almost 20 years ago. And the problem there was that we were combining smaller classifications with the larger classifications. And so this one is that something we could do in the future and go straight to California and just everybody goes into the same tournament? Possibly, but that's further away than just combining the larger classifications and possibly the smaller classifications.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think we went away with super state because you extended that wrestling season under week or something after the state titles, or was it still?
The main reason it went away very quickly was because there was there was a lot of people arguing, well, why does the 1A state champion have to be on the same side of the bracket as the 5A state champion? Why can't they be on? Yeah, there was a lot of argument behind that part of it, where everybody got seated.
And I'll help on that.
Coach.
Wade Pearson, 3, I was there coaching when that went down. It was set up, 1A already did their state championship, 2A combined, 3A did their championships, 4A did not. Right. So then these individuals came in and took away medals and decided team championship for the boys.
Right.
If the 4A would have had it, it probably would have stopped. I couldn't try that kind of one.
And not to make this a day-long conversation on wrestling, but there's several states that do separate dual championships to decide team championships, and then do individuals that have no bearing on the team championship. So
I just wanted to know.
The states do both.
Correct. Indiana.
I'm just throwing that out.
Yeah.
Those wasn't actually.
Because this state struggled a little bit with, remember a couple of years ago, Spanish Springs hosted the all wrestling.
Oh, absolutely.
The state struggled with hosting a 1A through 5A state tournament.
Right.
We've been down in Freeman, Nevada, we've been in Winnemucca, we've been
out in Arizona.
we've been out of state, which is out of state, guys sitting right here, that's hosting state events. So the acknowledgement has been heard, the precedence has been set. For another day, but anyway, about 5-6 years ago, 1A, 2A, 3A was hosted in Mesquite, Nevada. 1A, 2A, 3A wrestling in Mesquite, Nevada. 4A, 5A did their own thing somewhere else. A lot of folks were there, Dallas were there. For 1A, 2A, being in the back gym in Mesquite, which is a huge gym anyway, the Mesquite and Moab have these colossal gyms now. But those kids got that taste of, the spotlight and me. So I was just looking for clarification on your thing. I think, 4A, 5A, are we still together? Like you were saying, you want to get everybody in that 16 bracket to show up. So you basically do the regionals and then everyone goes to.
Correct.
And again, like Mark said, this is for our tournament procedures. All right, you're good. All right, thanks.
Jackson, anything you want to say on that?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I got you. Thank you. Anything else on proposal number 4? Proposal 5 is on page 48 of your packet. It's a Northern Nevada football potential realignments. With some teams in some spots that maybe they aren't in classification wise. I'm gonna open this up. I don't want to try to summarize something.
Yes, I
Go right ahead.
and I apologize, I'm already speaking way too much. I was the one that brought this proposal forward as my head coach, football coach. Rob Hummel is the head of Northern Football Coaches Association. And I would like to withdraw this proposal as we have received a lot of feedback that there are several schools that would refuse to move into a different classification unless they were forced to. So I don't think we can really go further with this proposal as the way it's currently written.
Issues with this proposal 5 and I'm sorry, Mr. Levitt.
Bob Levitt, 485A North Commissioner. Art, I haven't received any feedback from our Northern Nevada football coaches with respect to proposal 1 that's in here from the Southern Nevada football coaches that includes a realignment for the North. Have you received any information from Rob or anybody that represents the Northern 4A coaches on where they fall with respect to proposal 1, proposal 2, that's the Southern Nevada football coaches proposal?
I have, it would just be the post, it would be the secondary concerns.
So at this point, we don't have a proposal on the table for football from the Northern Nevada football coaches. If that proposal 5 is.
Nothing different than what we currently have, which I agree, with, Tony, what he said earlier, as far as. I didn't hear a lot of complaints about what happened this last season. Except for that we might be having out 7 state championships instead of 5. And again, I don't think the kids that won that 6th and 7th state championship will complain.
They're
To be clear, I was complaining the legacy now.
Same, because that's real piece of problem.
absolutely.
Okay. And any other comments on proposal 5?
I'm glad you brought it.
Yes. Y'all can start that one off. Proposal 6 goes from pages 49 through 55 in your packet. This was a proposed boys basketball alignment. It was a boys basketball realignment proposal only. I believe this one came from the 3 Mr. Wakefield, Virgin Valley, if I remember correctly. Again, he put a lot of thought in it, there's no question. Why teams are where they are, that sort of thing. Mr. Larson, it's probably easier if I just turn this over to you, Mr. Odegaard, maybe there's 3 people. If there's anything you want to say about it.
I'll start some 3A stuff. I think what talked with Paul in the past meeting, it didn't look like this one would be very conducive with all the next things we've been talking about, so I haven't had any communication about it since the last meeting.
Sure.
Jason Odegaard, I think a big component of this proposal was separation of the charter and private. I don't know that within our maps that is even possible.
What's that?
To have a separate private charter division. Is that doesn't. Would that meet our NIAA requirements?
This proposal, just to clarify what Mr. Odegaard is saying, the proposal included a 3A private division and a 3A division.
I think under our NIAA, you could do that. The question becomes what, would those come together with respect to postseason? So that you have 3A champions, supposed to charter, charter private or public schools.
Tony wasn't right, but I think my problem with this one is that this makes the assumption that that's only a 3A problem.
Exactly.
And it's not. So I've been talking to our people that read this proposal, like this was just presented as a pure for 3A only.
Mhm.
And then it trickles down and then becomes everyone else's issue. So I don't know.
We need to keep in mind with some of these charter schools that were kind of included into this too, their enrollments are going up and the enrollment themselves may force them right straight out of 3A invoice. Mr. Larson.
Just, Dallas Harbor 3A South, I talked with Mr. Wakefield about that after he first about reaching out to the 4A, 5A, but there is no something about a coaches basketball association really that he could work through, so that's where he hit that. He was willing to make it broader if possible, he just ran into a how do I get with the 4A, 5A, but.
I mean, I can't combine things here, these proposals that have come out, people put a lot of thought into these, they really have, I appreciate that, we opened this up and said, look, there's a lot of stuff that's not necessarily on the table, go create what you can create, see what happens, and then a lot of them get back to, and I'm not specifically picking on one proposal, a lot of them get back kind of leaning towards during something for a school or a class, and then, it shifts the issue somewhere else. Mr. Jackson, you wanted to add, I'm sorry to pull it up.
That's okay, it shouldn't be on my phone, answering email. At this time, though, while I don't discredit the effort, I don't discredit the data. My concern here is this is a sport-specific realignment proposal. I think we need to look more broad. Once again, I go back to my statement earlier, it's 2 years and we're reinventing again. So at that same point, maybe this is a discussion we have in the long run, but I agree with Tony. And I agree that everybody needs to be at the table and not just public schools making determinations for private charter schools. The charter and the private schools need to be brought in as well. They are valid members and they're respected members by our association, so they need to be at the table. I also go back to, this does lead itself to the discussion of membership yet again, because when we bring schools in as new members, making sure they are offering the programs that align and we're not having holes in our membership process. So I think some of these things can be done in that manner. And likewise, what Mr. Davis just said too, later on, we're going to discuss something about the number of the enrollment number for all of our member schools as to being a factor in certain aspects of realignment that we haven't been able to look at before because the numbers haven't been where they're at now. So we need to look at those too. So I don't think this one might just be a little bit too much cart in front of the horse. And also I think it might be, as Tony said, a solution for one division and not a statewide solution. Thank you.
Mr. Earl.
Dallas Harbor 3A South, Mr. Anderson, just want clarification on the separating. If we had a 3A Southern public champion, a 3A Southern charter, and then we played that, those champions went to state against the 3A Northern, that wouldn't be an issue because we're still all playing the same state championship as the 3A.
Yes, 3A champion.
Okay.
Yeah. As opposed to having it out, having a charter champion.
Champion, and yes.
And a public private champion, or however you'd like to divide them up.
Yes.
It's not a part of this proposal, but when we talk about that, the other thing to consider is if the 3A can do a private and public champion, how long is it gonna be before the 4A, 5A says we can't beat this team in this situation, or these two teams in this situation, we want a public and a private champion. How long is it gonna be before the 1A or 2A have that with certain schools as well? That starts to open a box, I'm not sure we want to see what comes out of. Other comments or the questions? Yeah. Closing number 7. Starts on page 56, one for page 60. This has kind of been updated a little bit too. This came to us from Mr. Tyrell Cooper. representing the track coaches. And this proposal first included something for Title I schools, which was going to create a little bit of a problem with the NIAA. This proposal takes the scoring that we do with the rubric, but then adds in a school's enrollment number to come up with a final total, with that enrollment number for most schools being significantly more of the formula than the actual points that team earned in the postseason through the rubric. There's been an update to this in that going through and talking with the coaches, he has surveyed the coaches, they now want to use the previous 4 years of rubric data, rescoring points to include with this. I apologize for those of you who are in our Zoom meeting or on YouTube trying to read this information. There's only so much you can do when there's that much information on a page. But it does include what those potential scores would have been throughout. Mr. Cooper did a fantastic job on mapping all this stuff out. Appreciate all that. Mr. Jackson, get the card.
Yep, I do. Couple things I want to make sure we're paying attention to on this. One is, I believe there is a definite aspect of this that needs to be brought up. The number of students in your school does not equate to academic or athletic success. Necessarily. And the number of athletes in your school performing does not indicate you're going to be successful. So therefore, I think that we need to be very cautious when we look at enrollment numbers as an indicator of success. And I will go back to many years ago, there was a Southern Nevada track team that had 4 kids. And they won a state title with those 4 kids. Because those 4 kids won the 4x1, the 4x8, the 100 and the 200. And they were not nearly the enrollment number of other schools. So I think we need to be careful when we put too much credence into how many kids you have equating to success. Because I will tell you, if you were to take the percentage of students that were athletes at your school and use that as an indicator, where would you stand? It's not a good way to measure it. Because I'm looking at Dallas right now. The number of athletes Dallas has per his student body is probably higher than some of our gigantic schools when you put it into a proportion. So I'm very leery of stuff like this. And I'm also very cautious of penalizing the school that has experienced success with fewer students, or the adverse experience success with a lot of students in their student body and very few athletes.
I'm gonna bring up something as it relates to another sport in a minute on this proposal, but before I do that, other comments, other questions from our committee? On this specific proposal. We also played this out this one to see, because Kraken's women are scored virtually the same way forward, where we take those region meets and act as if they were all 5A, 4A, 3A, all run together and rescore them from highest place to bottom place in terms of actual point getters. We did the same thing for swimming. That's on pages 61 through 63. Your packet. Something that when Mr. Cooper brought this up, remember the term mega merge. That's what he used, and people were interested in that. And somebody was going to be tasked with doing a lot of work. We went through this and we saw that Durrell Red Rock, which in the last swimming rubric would have been 5 to 12. Because of their enrollment, when you included the enrollment, 12 became 27 for them. It was a major difference. When we looked at Desert Pines, which was 37th and really struggled to score points in boys swimming, Desert Pines moved up 15 spots because of their enrollment. It's, look, a lot of schools do a lot of stuff by enrollment. We do 1A and 2A by enrollment. But when we're looking at certain sports and stuff like this, man, it's really tough to deny actual results in the pool by kids from kids who've never been in one. If we start including enrollment, Mr. Jackson.
I want to add that caveat to what Mr. Davis just said. We use enrollment number as our first indicator for 1A, 2A, 3A, and 4A. At which point we stop using it for everything else we do in 3A, 4A, 5A, and we use competitive balance at that point. This then takes competitive balance and then throws the number back on top of it again, which to me is twice. Not a genius when it comes to math, but to me that says the number is applied twice. The other thing is, we also have a multiplier in there on our charter schools and our private schools. What would happen? I mean, we're truly looking at the population. I would argue that you should take the multiplier off. Now what does that do? I didn't want to tax Bart with that because I thought that was a little overkill because it's a reg anyway. But at the same time, that's one of the other issues I have. I'm not saying Desert Pines doesn't have some good swimmers. I'm saying Desert Pines has some good swimmers. I'm saying Desert Pines was moved up. Was it 15 spots, Bart? Was 15 spots based on the number of students that walk through their front door, not that swim. I mean, that to me is very indicative of a problem in using that formula for anything.
Western, and I'm sorry, Western, if you're listening, I don't mean to pick it. Western had 79 points in total. The top scoring team had 9,705. That's before. Western jumped 12 spots when we throw the enrollment in. Sunrise Mountain jumped 9 spots. Sunrise Mountain, when we rescored all the swimming school, 2 points. 2. Del Sol scored 0. Moved up 7 spots with through the enrollment. It's a tricky thing. Right? It's totally tricky.
Yeah, very cool. For it, when it comes to all these kind of things, and I appreciate the coaching association weighing in and giving feedback on all those types of things. Former and longtime coach in several different sports, in fact, track one of those. Had the same conversation when it came to safety recently and how to keep our campus safe during events. Just quite frankly, though, when it comes down to things like this, I make decisions based on other factors other than coaching associations for that purpose, right? Because my coach is the coach, and make decisions based on who should be in the events, who should be on the field, who should be wrestling for the rest of the coaches in the room, who should be making shots, who should be pitching, those kind of things, right? And so I think the factors that you just brought up would be that, yeah, Desert Pines has a good population of students. They don't have a history of success in a certain sport or whatever. And I think that's what we have to protect ourselves from overall and make decisions based on that. And we know that enrollment's already a factor. Another thing that a lot of times isn't known is South and the big schools, the enrollment numbers that are public. There's also a certain amount of those students that aren't really part of the enrollment. That's just a population that's part of it in terms of what we get funded for, and then some of that's actually subtracted, so it makes our numbers look bigger based on who we get funded for versus who's not. So that number is not entirely true in terms of our population. So other things that are in that number that even with the Football Coaches Association included that, I right away subtracted some of those and said, hey, that number actually isn't what they think it is. It's about 200 short of that, so I should be in the smaller group if that's what they were going by. So it's some of those things. So I think your point on that part, what I'm saying is we have to protect ourselves from anything that's just primarily the enrollment part, those types of things. So definitely when we think of rubric and success and competitive balance, we can't specifically be thinking of size of school, especially in our lack of better term, non-revenue type of things, non-revenue sports and those types of things.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. One thing you just sparked in my head, when you said that, is there probably pick out a tennis team or two, they still exist. Or at least half of those kids on the team don't actually ever enter the building at that school because they're an online person or they either go to some academy or whatever else and they get, included into that.
Just real quick along with what you're saying, and I agree 100%. Well, one thing we don't include in this rubric, and I don't know how we would include it. But two comparisons, two schools that opened up at the same time, Spanish Springs and North Valleys. Two very similar, school enrollment numbers, two completely different socioeconomic numbers. And that's, a huge factor in the opportunities that are provided to one group over the other. In order, before they even get to high school. And I don't know how that, if we do a good enough job of looking at that.
Say,
1000% agree. And I think maybe it's being a parent to some of the kids in these sports, we're always looking at football, we're always looking at basketball, we're always looking at baseball, we're never looking at tennis, we're never looking at golf, we're never looking at cross country, we're never looking at these smaller sports that when we look at things like, we don't look at things like that, are 1000% impacted by making decisions on them just to. And not looking at all of those other things, we're looking at our big sports, we're not looking at our smaller schools, or smaller sports.
Mr. Jackson.
Tammy, thank you for saying that, because one of the things I've said to Bart, and he'll attest to this is, I think in certain sports, perhaps it's time to stop focusing on 4 or 5 divisions of that sport. Now, that's a seismic shift as well, that perhaps we look at the participation numbers and say, are we doing our schools a disservice by having 5 divisions of tennis or 5 divisions of cross? Maybe we could be better served, which is why Mr. Anderson's proposal for postseason that I think we really need to look at is it's such an intriguing idea, because technically when you look at what he proposed, he's proposing a 2-division wrestling tournament for the postseason, 2 divisions. You're going to big school, a smaller school. But that's something I think when we move down this path of looking at all these other things in the next 3 years is something that don't let me forget this conversation. Because I do believe it's something we should consider, that maybe we have too many divisions and we're doing a disservice to our kids.
Other comments or questions? Keith, I will say real quick, I do want to include this. Mr. Cooper's update, also, he had surveyed a lot of the coaches for track. This was just track. We'll bring up swimming here. Swimming was not part of that proposal, just track. The track coaches overwhelmingly in support. There were a couple that were not, but as the group as a whole, track coaches like it. Mr. Larson, you were reaching for the front.
Yeah, South Arteria South, last meeting, I made a motion that we asked staff to look at this proposal, how it would be towards all sports, not just track. I don't know if that was able to happen or not.
Swimming is one of those.
Swimming is one that you looked at, okay.
And that was the answer that after I saw the swimming results, I realized what we were looking at.
Okay.
And I thought there's no reason to go deeper than this, because it's a nice proposal on paper, but my concerns with it are not paper written concerns. They're concerns voiced here, the concerns voiced there, and I did not think it would not behoove us to go and do this for football. It wouldn't do us any good to look at this for basketball, because again, what we're finding here is student enrollment numbers do not dictate or influence performance outcomes.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure, I know that was an act, we
Yeah.
voted, I just wanted to see where.
After we got through, after I saw the swim and the cross country, it was just, that's the numbers just don't warrant that conversation.
And Mr. Larson, I sat down to do this for cross country and golf, and it took me all about 5 seconds to realize the way we have those rubrics set up for those 2 sports, it's low score. That's actually at the top of the number. So that would create a little bit of an inverse problem if we tried to add enrollment to it and then figure out, hey, the team that's actually best is now 27.
Yes.
So, yeah, we did go through that.
It was quite the experience.
Ms. Posel.
I think just to kind of add fuel to Ms. Havigan and Director Jackson's discussion, if we look at 4A girls golf, that's where I would start with this discussion. I mean, the 4A girls state golf title was won by over 200 strokes. So I mean, there's a good place, there's a good jumping off point if you want to pick a bridge fight.
Yeah, and that's, we start looking at postseason, we get into that too, and that's, I mean, again, here's where we blur the lines at. But I think that's something we can certainly talk about as we go forward on this, because look, we're having state championships in certain sports. Huge disparities, huge, but again, that's closest. Anything else? On proposal 7? Those are all proposals that have been submitted in the past to this committee. There is a possible action on this. If anybody, if there's a proposal that they absolutely saw and so we have to go forward with, as it sits. If there's something that you think is wrong with every one of these proposals, then when we get to 10 and 11, we can start to fix some of that, because it wasn't the original proposal. It's now the committee trying to, or committee alternating some more. So I will leave this open for item number 9, and Mr. Paul Anderson, please correct me if I'm doing this wrong. But is there a motion of any type at this point to either bring one of these proposals and take it forward, or to say maybe none of them?
Well, you've got it as an action item, so anything can be proposed in terms of a motion. Got an awful lot of different proposals, so.
Yeah.
I'm just not doing that, but certainly action to be taken on how the committee would want to proceed. With the understanding that, you know, that would be, some of these are just specific to certain sports, you know, which makes it kind of difficult. The last proposal we came up with was a proposal that applied across the board. Other than football, you know, when we had the tweaks in terms of classifications, but it pretty much applied across the board as opposed to being specific to a sport. So I don't know what the committee wants to do, but it can certainly take action because it's probably agendized to do so.
So we'll go back to, is there anything from any of these proposals that the committee, anybody here on the committee would like to propose a motion to take forward? Then changing the proposal, I think we get to in 10 or 11, there's a proposal you'd like me to tweak.
So, yeah, critical, 485A south. So I don't think there's anything specific that's been, that we reviewed today, it's been brought forward, that I think anybody on this committee today is like, hey, this is great, that either this is what's perfect for moving forward, or that we need one comment that kind of keeps going through my mind that Tony was, you know, at least for the football part of it was, hey, we've only got a year worth of data, right? And I have been part of this since going back to Eddie, and every time it's the same thing from the same Groundhog Day conversation over and over and over and over. We've never satisfied. Maybe we never will be. I think there's a good chance of that. And I understand that, you know, maybe we should at least consider, and I guess this is what I'm wondering if we should consider at least having a discussion about is what where we're at right now today, at least up for debate on, hey, let's have it go for another second and see where we're at. And I think with the NIAA proposal that was brought forward, could we run it simultaneously? So we would then have that data. So it could be a live workbook almost, right? And I remember you and Peter and I were in a room at Benedict High School, right? And we could have that data kind of going forward, right? And have it live for schools, and so you can see where it would be, right? While we're in the next 3 years or whatever. I think that would be my proposal right now for discussion. At least, hey, you know, what if we stay where we were, at least for ball, or at least for football anyway? Kept what we're doing. Because I haven't heard anybody say, hey, what we have now is the worst thing we've ever seen. Yeah, we have 2 more championships than we had. I don't think that hurts kids. I think anytime we can allow kids to have opportunities, personally, I think that's a good thing. Certainly not hurting them. But at least we'd have something, we could see where that system takes us while we start to educate people. We could see how it works in a real kind of data environment where you can kind of have a lab going or whatever. That could even be public, right? Where people see what it looks like. This is what would be going on if it was live. Anyway, that's my proposal for now, so I guess I'm making a motion for that to be up for discussion anyway.
I think we can, again, as we get to the 10, which would be like additional alignment proposals, I think that probably gets into that, but what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Cole, is somebody would be doing that work in the background. Okay.
Well, that's somebody that we do that.
I am haunted by the Brian Adams song, Somebody, anytime I'm on the radio.
So can I, just to make a comment, because we are on item 9 and you want to close that out.
So I know that we close item.
Yeah.
How's that work?
And we don't have to have a motion on this, it can just, if there's no motion, it just, we go away. So I just want to make sure,
Or you can make a motion and.
and have it just closed.
I'm just diagram.
Yeah.
That would be.
Okay, Mr. Cole, move to close this item, Ms. David is seconded, any further discussion or questions? Call for the question, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's give everybody a little time here, if they need to go to the bathroom, get their head, let's take it, let's say. We're just wonder if you could mute the hour, please.
You said, I don't like cross. What's in your soul?
ahead and resume, what please, we're moving on to item number 10. Additional realignment proposals for possible action. I'm gonna start on this one. You look at page 64 through 66 of the packet. This was not an easy discovery. But I started looking at the rubric and the way we do it, and I based this, when we did it, off of the loose interpretation of the RPI that college was using at the time. Many years ago, I did a rating for college schools that was picked up by a whole lot of people, more than I thought. It was simply winning percentage and opponents winning percentage, didn't include the opponents portion of that. Whatever reason, it ended up being a pretty true comparison. When we look at a lot of our teams in our standings-based sports, most of your games that are rubric eligible, playing against a lot of the same teams. It's your league schedule that you're only playing 14 games in. When you start factoring in an opponent's winning percentage in that, you're playing a bunch of teams who beat each other and lost to each other. And that's taken that whole opponent's winning percentage component. I don't want to get too deep in statistics here. Nobody liked that class in college. But it takes it and regresses it right towards the middle. And it's no longer an accurate measurement of really what your strength of schedule is. Because there are very few games that are making a difference in that. Very few games that you're playing outside of league that are making a difference in it. So when I look at the rubric, that's something the opponents and what I have right up now for those who are joining us virtually is the current formula that we use, which is winning percentage plus the strength of schedule factor. That's opponents' winning percentage and opponents equally. We add in a factor for playoff wins. We subtract a factor for non-competitive losses. It's mostly kind of work, but to me, again, that opponents part really artificially roots right back to the middle. It's not a measurement at that point, it's just a whole bunch of different things. And I don't think that that's really what we want out of the strength decision. The other part of the formula that I don't care for is we do have different values for wins depending on the classification. We measure those based on the relative competition between classes. The top third of the teams in 5A, how do they fare against the 4A, how do they fare against the 3A? There's an actual mathematical system behind that. Good, I like that. We need to have a difference between beating a 5A team that's at the top or beating a 4A team that's at the bottom. There needs to be a little bit more of a difference in that. Playoff wins and non-competitive losses aren't weighted that way, and that was an absolute mistake on my part. No, well, John, this TV keeps turning on and off. There you go, by itself, thank you. The playoff win value needs to change relative to the classification as well. The playoff win against the number 8 seed in the 4A isn't the same as a playoff win against the number 1 seed in the 5A. Same way with a non-competitive loss. If you're losing to a 3A or 4A school, heck, if 4A is the most competitive, you're losing to a 5A school that's at the bottom of the barrel by non-competitive ways. That's very different than losing to the overall number 1 team in the rubric by non-competitive. You're supposed to do that. Not really, but that's when the math works out. So changing the non-competitive and playoff win values to be relative to the classification of the opponent also makes sense there. And when I started to do this, and Mr. Jackson, get ready, I'm going to bring you in. I also looked at another part of it. Mr. Rivera is going to use him as an example. Bishop Gorman plays Liberty in football. Bishop Gorman's 5 rubric eligible games, Bishop Gorman went 5-0. Liberty's 5 rubric eligible games, Liberty went 4-1. Who is their loss to? Gorman. Instead of saying for the purposes of Bishop Gorman's opponents, Liberty has an 80% winning percentage and that 4 out of 5. We've already counted Gorman's winning towards Gorman's school. We're already counting Liberty's loss towards Liberty's school. When you also put that in the strength of schedule component, you've counted the game twice. You count it as a win or loss, whichever your winning percentage, it goes inversely into the opponent's winning percentage. When I did this old formula some odd years ago, not even giving many years ago, I took those games where you played out of your opponent's winning percentage. Because why should it hurt you in your strength of schedule if you won? Why should it help you in your strength of schedule if you lost? That team's still the same team, regardless of what you did against them. I used examples from people that Mr. Jackson is aware of. We started to run through this. There were some slight changes in it. But when we say slight, what it did for certain sports is those top teams separated more from the middle of the pack teams. It made it a little bit more clear where to draw that line. The bottom teams separated the other way from the middle of the pack. More clear where to draw that line if we draw that line. Mr. Jackson, I shared that maybe with you in a couple of sports. I believe somebody could work on that again. Anything you'd like to add to this discussion?
So one of the things Bart did was, took the names of the schools out and didn't tell me the sport. So he gave me the data that was with the old rubric formula, gave me the data with the new rubric formula, and let me look at it, and I didn't know who the team was or the sport. But through looking at the results, looking at the data, I was able, one guess away?
Yeah.
One guess away for the sport. Because the data then lent itself to, oh, this looked, I think it was volleyball, wasn't it? Yeah, it was volleyball. Oh, this is definitely volleyball. The other thing I started to notice also was this. Football is a very small sample, 9, 10 games plus playoffs. Basketball, volleyball, soccer, 18, 21, if you include baseball games. But also consider the fact that certain leagues in certain divisions have no wiggle room outside of their league competition. They might have 1 or 2 games. Our sample was getting diluted in the sense that it was, you were playing the same team home and away, and then you were playing them in the playoffs. And so the data itself, so when we looked at it that way, it really started to draw a better picture that the OOWP, the other opponents' win percentage, needed to really go away. It helps that separation. The other thing was the percent per value of the win. We looked at changing the percentage on that from, what was it, 2020? What was that percent? Or we looked at that.
Depending on the sport, so the average number of games played by, divided 100 for the average number of games played by all teams.
So we looked at that. So I think what you're looking at here is a very small change, but it creates a more accurate view of what we're looking at. So I think that looking at this, I think the changes need to be made in the rubric from that standpoint, moving forward for the next alignment. Or were you thinking of it for this next cycle?
Or playing into what we're gonna
do now, right? So, I know it's a lot of math, and I know it's a lot of terminology that some people may not have a full grasp on, but if you have questions about what it did, please ask Bart, he can explain it, and I can add in there as well. But I think the key here is to look at the sample he gave with Scott High School defeating Whitmer High School. That really does put a nice little explanation to it. It's on page 65. And I'm gonna stop talking with that.
concern was, as we look at this now. Let's take football, for example, let's just imagine that everybody played 10 teams. Okay. Your win or loss, that was 10% of your winning percentage, it was 1 of your 10 games. Now you played 10, your opponents have played 10. Well, now we're factoring that into the opponent's winning percentage too. For 10 teams, each one of those games, 1% of the 100, 10 times 1, 10%. The opponent's works out to a factor of 1,000, that plays a little bit less of a role in it. When we were doing that account, when again, see it right across from me, when Milwaukee plays wrong. If you guys were fully rubric eligible and not designed a classification by enrollment, it comes 3 times. Within the count of that, one in your winning percentage, when your opponents, almost. You know, they don't play once. But we need to revalue that a little bit, and I need to have everybody keep in mind. There are those out there who think, well, we need to do this for our rubric score to be this, we want to be number 1 on the rubric, number 3 in the rubric. The rubric's not a contest. It is about trying to get an accurate measurement of a team relative to every other team that is measured within that rubric. The best will work itself to be the best, the ones that are at the bottom, but we're trying to figure out where team A falls within team B through team C. Are they in the middle pack? Are they in the top? Are they in the bottom? By taking the formula, and we thoroughly confused some people, and I want to use the word simplified, it just seems so diametrically opposed. But I am trying to simplify this. Taking that level out of there that was packing things into the middle and making sure that when we're playing postseason games and when you're playing games that somebody has a non-competitive loss, those are being measured accurately. And not just measured as though every playoff win is absolutely the same against every playoff win.
Are you done? Okay, I'm confused.
I figured you would, okay.
Yeah. It's good, so it's okay.
Yes,
Are you talking about what we have currently? That's,
the current rubric that we are using,
Okay.
that we have been using, yes. Yes. And-
maybe I'm not confused then.
And just tweaking it. It's not an overhaul of the rubric. It's tweaking it, it's streamlining it to make it more effective in attempting to compare teams against each other. Mr. Anderson.
So obviously the realignment for this 2-year cycle was based on the previous rubric that you had.
Right.
How, when we start looking at those rubric numbers going forward, are you testing yourself and going back and relook it?
I am. I don't have much of a life. Comments, questions? Mr. Jackson, you want to add on this?
No, I think that, Tammy, I get the confusion there, but just think of it this way. It's like if Legacy loses to Foothill, it dings you 3 times. There's no reason for that. If Legacy beats Foothill, it's adding in there 3 times at some level, some percentage, and we shouldn't have that. It was not intentional, obviously. It's just one of those things that when Bart called and told me, hey, we need to take a look at this. He went deep dive, and the data he provided me, it bears out. It does bear out. There is some movement, but what it does more so than anything else is, without using terms to be offensive to anyone, the teams that are highly achieving become more apparent, and the teams that are struggling become more apparent. That we can see that because there's that breaks become a little bit like you see where they should be going as a trend, not as a success factor, it's a trend. Yeah, I'm sorry, Craig, not my meeting. I apologize.
I don't think that's what she's confused by. I think she's confused by the fact that you think people know that that's what's going on. I think that's what she's confused by.
Like, I don't think people are really thinking that, hey, we need to be number 1 on the rubric, or we need to be, I think they just want to know, hey, there's a rubric, and now we're in this class. Like that's, like, I don't think, like, most of us aren't math.
Correct. Correct.
I think that the statement that Bart's making, and I think I can add to that, is this. A lot of the proposals we get for rubric or changes to the alignment are people using math to get the determination the way they believe it should happen.
I agree with that.
And this is not one of those times where Bart is not making a suggestion because he's trying to create a scenario where he sees what he thinks he should see. He's creating a scenario that shows a true, this is what it is. So I think that's where, I wanna make sure we're clear on that. This isn't one of those times where Bart is trying to do the math, speaking for you, Bart, I apologize. But, where Bart's trying to do the math to make the math produce what he wants to see.
No, yeah, I think there's a law, it's stating that it's. If a team playing once counts 3 times, that's a law, mathematically, I don't disagree, I completely agree, that should not be taking place, right? 100% agree, but. And I think that should be fixed. I just don't know that there's ever a way that it's something that's that mathematically complicated. Unless you're a math person, a person that really understands and cares about numbers, and somebody that's like, hey, this is for fun. It's fun, they care about that, like, is everybody gonna be able to look at that and think to themselves, oh, look, like, it's just not gonna happen.
And the reason I bring in this committee is not because I expected this committee to then go give a dissertation somewhere in statistics. It's that I don't want to change the formula to the rubric
For sure.
and not tell anybody that we're changing. I want to make sure that everything is way out in the open of everything we're doing, because Mr. Cole, you're right, if I went all around the state and asked every person in the state, can you explain the Nevada rubric to me in detail? I'm not sure 5 of them. I'm not sure I could explain it.
I think it's a good catch that you got it. I think it's great. I think it's important in its space. Because I would, yeah, I think it's important, especially in a sport where you will be facing each other once. I think that's really, I think that's important.
And I apologize, this committee, that we don't have members to go through a college change in every sport. I will tell you, this came to me less than 2 weeks ago in the middle of the night. I woke myself up in the meeting and started banging my head against me. Because that was, why didn't you think of this years ago?
Yeah.
But we've used a very similar formula for the rubric for several years. This just makes the change to that, so. This is all part of item number 10 as we go along, and look, there's, we haven't decided we're using rubric yet, we haven't decided policies and procedures. I'm just telling you that if we're gonna use it, this is the change that we would make so that it becomes a more true item. And Mr. Jackson's absolutely right. There are people out there who are looking at the end result and then trying to build a formula that gets them the end result. I'm building the formula in advance and saying whatever the end result is, the end result is. Other comments or questions? Okay, we're still within this item. I have not received from anybody by email, Mr. Jackson, if you have any new, I mean, completely new proposal.
No, nothing new.
Is there anybody on this committee that has got a proposal that has not come to our committee before, that needs to come into play? There were rumors out there of, here, this one may come forward, and here, this one may come forward. I want to shut anything out. Is there anything that from anybody in this committee that's a proposal that's completely new, that's come to you in the last, what's it, 3 months since we met? Checking the actual Zoom meeting. I'm not seeing anything. Mr. Jackson,
Yes,
you want to move forward with what the NIAA is saying proposal wise about this, what you'd like to do? How do you want to handle this part?
I would like to discuss the possibility of status quo for the next 3 years, with the exception of a discussion on football's 7 divisions. In other words, let's run with it for 3 more years for all the other sports. And let's have a discussion before we agree to throw football in there, because I think there is a place here we need to have a discussion about football. With the 7 divisions. I believe that we need to get more data. I love the proposal that was thrown out, that we mirror it with the pairwise on the side, sorry. Because I think that's a great idea. That has not come to me or Bart at this time, because it came to Bart. But I think it's great because it gives us talking points going forward, but I think we need to have a discussion on the 7 divisions for football.
By you saying go forward into the next realignment, just so I understand, there will still be movement within, for the next 2-year cycle, there'll still be movement within that But you're saying don't change any of where, yeah.
What we're at, where we're at right now, with the exception, take the names off of the schools, where we're at right now is the way we were aligned for the next year. So the schools that fall into this division will be the schools identified based on the rubric, this division, so forth and so on. In other words, not change the format that were used for the last 2 years, that we continue with the same format for the next 3 years.
To clarify.
Yeah, please clarify, because I don't think I'm saying it the way I want it to come out.
Well, I may not be hearing it the way you want.
Yeah,
Let me use legacy for instance, in this case. Legacy is 4A currently in a certain sport. It doesn't mean they're staying in 4A for the next cycle. It means we would use the rubric again to determine where legacy would go. The way that we've done that before, we would be keeping the system in place where teams would still move based on the rubric. The rubric, again, if we go with it, would be this simplified rubric. But yeah, we use that process as we've been used.
so Northern basketball in the 4A, right?
Yeah,
So then you stay in the 4A, and then we use the rubric to,
That's a playoff thing, right?
oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
That's where it steps in. We would still classify, let's take the Northern, take it for example. Those teams that are large school, that are higher than 3A classification, would be there, 3A would be where it is. And then that open Pandora's box on another discussion.
so for lack of a better way to put it, that part going forward as we move in from season to season, that would be negotiated as far as, I mean, there's two obviously glaring things are, I don't know if glaring is the right word, but there were some mismatches, in how we realigned 5A, 4A, north possibly.
Right.
That is not gonna stay the same for the next 2 years, is what you're saying, that will be looked at too.
yes, that would be postseason.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That would be this committee's task when we get to the tournament formats for 4A and 5A. We would look at that again. I'm starting with 1 and 2A people as the way you had it. Any want to get into that. We would look at that again and try to compare the data. And it would be this committee's recommendation again to the board, that maybe we looked at a situation where, I'm gonna take tennis, for example, and maybe we feel that we should be 5A in tennis, South goes over, we look at the data again on something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, part of this discussion also, oh boy. The Northern 5A and 3A, or 5A, 4A and 3A, however you want to classify it. This last cycle wasn't necessarily we're gonna follow the rubric. They went kind of with what they had in the years before and had situations where, I remember, Elko was above the enrollment number and would have been classified 4A. Polina actually has fallen below the number and would have been classified 3A. We have Booster, we have North Valleys, we have Sparks that have floated on that line. Part of the northern part of that agreement was North Valleys, Booster, Sparks, and all things other than soccer. It'd be a part of the 3A. That all dates back to a conversation with trucking in South Tahoe. Mr. Jackson, you and I have talked about that as well. I have talked with Mr. Anderson about that. I've talked with Mr. David about it for the north. I also talked with Mr. Contrell about it from the 3A end of things. It really seemed like, and again, without putting words in your mouth, gentlemen, that part seemed to be working as the way we wanted it to, in terms of your leagues and how they were set up. Any of you like to chime in on that? Mr. Contrell.
Rob Patrol, Sparkside North, 3A North, haven't talked to league members. I know the 3 Washington County schools, Hub, Booster, and North Valleys, not Sparks, but the other 3 Washington County schools would prefer something similar to a football model, what we do in football. However, looking at that, that would also require our other Washoe County members to almost be pushed to a 5A in all sports, which I don't think they are willing to do, could be wrong. So that those other schools, 5A would split in half, and half would be in 4A, half would be in 5A. I don't know if that's something they would be willing to do or not. With that being said, the 3 Washoe County schools would be happy moving forward with what we currently are doing right now. And our eastern schools, Sparks and Truckee would all be happy with the current set of athletes.
Go to Mr. Anderson or Mr. Levitt. You like that?
Would that, or, would that? That would be what, Rob's talked about, it. That would be something that would be decided in this committee, or would be decided by the North as it, in itself, I guess.
We decided it's.
So again, just for clarification and keep in mind as a consultant, I don't have a vote in this matter. So with respect to leaving things the same and moving forward for 3 ways with the current 3 more years with the current model, there's still potential for northern schools or southern schools to change classification just based on the rubric or not using the rubric in the north.
We have birthdays in each year. This last cycle, we truly worked the rubric in the north because there was an agreement between those schools where there were 9 of them that would be in the larger classification, whether that was 4A or 5A. And that was basically what those schools were going to do was appeal this. And everybody on that committee, so that committee passed that, the board passed. Again, this is not where are we putting the north in relation to the south. That comes later. This is which ones were 3A, which ones were 4A, 5A, because they also looked at the geographic component of that as well. The geography in the north, very different than that in the south and state.
I guess it's more of a question.
Sure.
That, again, I wasn't part of it last time. Oh, actually, yeah, let me kind of, here I am. Are we looking graphically? Are we looking competitive balance? Are we looking enrollment? Like what? Because I feel like it will, but we can't. And I feel like that's, I mean, I know a lot of people have said it and want to say it, but you can't look at all those things and say, hey, you still have competitive balance. Because if you strictly look at geography, you're not gonna have competitive balance. I mean, you have to weigh in certain parts of it, but we have to, as a committee, have to look and say, okay, what's the most important part of this? Is it geographically, is it enrollment, or is it competitive balance?
But if we ask the northern 3A, or the northern 4A, 5A, whatever they happen to be in a certain sport, where do you have your alignment right now? Is there a field in your league for a certain sport, for a number of sports, or whatever, that there is competitive? Is certain sports, somebody's not very good, somebody's really good, that stuff's gonna
That's
happen.
statewide. That's not just a north thing, that's everywhere.
It is statewide. The pool in one part of the state's a lot deeper than the pool in the other part of the state as well. When you start to look at a competitive balance in the north, when you have 21 schools that are 2A or higher, never gonna find a matches up completely with one. In the south, you've got 40 some schools where that goes a little bit further. Mr. Anderson, and then there's a little bit.
Go ahead, I'll go.
I just want, let me just use a sport as an example, because I've already heard it today from Tony. Girls golf. So are we talking, we would move forward with potential proposal that looks like northern girls golf will continue in 4A, because I think in consideration of this topic, you have to discuss what were the concerns. It's the northern girls golf being in 4A. It was northern girls basketball being in 4A.
Well,
And so that's, I'm trying to understand.
We're
Looking postseason.
We're fighting 2 things by including the postseason.
what, just so I'm understanding this right. Would this be an opportunity for us to adjust the 19 region, or is that go against all the schools of Mr. Anderson? Because that's part of the problem with the north, is that we have to get together 9 teams. So we gather those 9 teams So I think what Rob was saying is there's some schools that would go into the 4A, but they don't want to go all the way to the 5A. There's some schools obviously in the north that could be in the 5A, but there's just not enough of them. So it's the whole idea that we need to have 9 of our schools together to have a region in any sport to begin with. So is this where we look at, do we really need 9 teams to make a region or no?
Not anymore.
Yes, sorry.
Oh,
So the Board of Control entertained that issue and proposed that the regulation change to the 9 teams where it's discretionary.
Okay.
For the executive director, that regulation's come back and it's gonna be on the agenda 15th of September. And my anticipation is it'll be approved. So, you know, within a couple months, we'll be able to have some flexibility with respect to that.
and for clarity, that's 9 for a championship in classification in the
Correct.
state. The number I believe for a region is 3
Yeah.
at the time. Because that was, y'all remember the Genesis now. When we get into a discussion about Mr. Levitt's question, would the North be 4A in golf or the North be 5A in golf? We're saying these teams in the North would be 3A. The rest of that northern pool, we're not deciding what season right now. Right? We decide that when we get to it. Where do they measure up better at with the 4A with the 5A? Mr. Anderson saying, we can split out too. But the 5A, north and the south, the classifications of them don't matter until they get to a state champion. That's when the classification works. That's when we put it next to it. The south would be labeled A, B, C, D, E. North could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Until they meet in state, the north and the south really don't matter. Right? Jackson?
So I understand what you're saying, Tammy, and I understand what you're saying too as well. What I was trying to get to, and I don't think maybe I didn't articulate it well enough, is this. The current rubric system and the current alignment system we've used for these 2 years, I think we should continue it for the next 3 years. With the understanding that postseason matchup will be then determined when we do postseason. In other words, Art's question is golf gonna be 5A or 4A? We'll make that determination when we set the postseason up by looking at the numbers. What I'm asking for this committee to do is to take a look at what we've done for these 2 years and say, we are going to continue that process as is for 2 more years. And schools understand that they may be moved, or 3 years, sorry, thank you, Dallas, may be moved from 4A to 5A or the like, based on their rubric points. Does that make sense to everyone? And what I don't want to do is I don't want us to throw out how we've done it for the last 2 years and come up with something completely new. I think what we have right now is providing you some good data. With this exception, I think we need to have a conversation after this about football. But for the rest of the sports, we continue with what we've got in place right now for the 3A, 4A, 5A rubric-based schools, 1A, 2A, continuing with their enrollment numbers being an enrollment number.
I thought 3A was any.
3A is the unique animal that they use rubric numbers, enrollment numbers, and protections. So
I was just gonna thank you.
I was not gonna say that, but
First, there are people watching us as part of this meeting that because they're new, they don't, we're talking about how we've done things in the past. We didn't sit down. We have classified for the last many years, the 1A based on an enrollment number that starts at 0 and goes to whatever that magic number is. We've switched it. We've settled on it now. We've classified our 2A schools based on the enrollment number that is 1A plus 1 to the magic number of, I believe that's 450. Our 3A schools, traditional, whatever you want to call it, started 451, originally went to 1200, then we changed it to 1300. And we started looking at that because some of those traditional 3A schools were getting a little bit bigger, but the rest of the 3A, we thought, you still fit with us, you're still good. We don't want you to have to go through the appeal process. And then stuff's come up like, we're on +1 for the number. Elko +1 for the number. So those schools are being classified just on their enrollment. Those classes, and 1A, 2A people, you've been pretty quiet, you've been pretty quiet. But you mentioned in other meetings, you're good. And I don't want to put words in your mouth again. But the 1A people, you're good staying with your 1A enrollment, being your 1A enrollment, and those are our 1A schools, am I correct?
Correct. We're just going to go off the numbers.
2A people, same thing for you, you're just good with the enrollment numbers, this is what we're going with, am I correct?
And Sean and Clarence, once we get the enrollment numbers in, we're working on those, it's, obviously this committee will have to see the appeals, because there will be appeals.
Yes.
As all classifications, but yeah, that's how we want to do it, but we do have a 2A South school that's 5 under the number. Do they belong in 1A? Maybe, competitive wise, yes. Do they stay in 2A because they're just 5 under the number? They haven't run a banner meeting since 2015. So yeah, those are all things that we'd like to look at, and have the committee, kind of weigh in, and we're kind of the gatekeepers of. And we're funded with private charter schools as well, in Southern 2A. Multiplier helps.
We do have a multiplier, the 2 times multiplier for charter schools and for private schools, where we take their enrollment and double it for purposes of alignment. Our 3A schools, our traditional ones, are measured by their enrollment, they're placed in there. Mr. Fitzsimons brought up the word appeal. Anybody can appeal their placement. Last year, or 2 years ago, Lake Mead came forward, they were over that 2A number. Caught them by surprise that they were. Jeff Newton came before the committee, appealed for them to stay in 2A. For years before that, the Meadows might have been over that number, appealed to stay in 2A. 2A said, you're the right fit for us, competitively it's good, travel-wise it's good. They've allowed those to stay. The 1A's heard some appeals in the recent years of teams wanting to go there, and the 1A has said, we don't think you're the right fit for us, sorry, we're gonna stay where they're at. Everybody's got the right to appeal, and it will be heard on that. For our 3A people, we have used that hodgepodge. We set the 3A based on, okay, these are enrollment-based schools. We have taken the bottom teams. The teams with a higher number rank next to them. In the rubric, we filtered those down to get 3A. To fill out, make sure there were no teams. Is that the right thing to do? I don't know if that's created a competitive balance of the league. Because there was a time, we didn't think it would take too long, and it didn't, where the 3A stronger than the 4 in certain sports. Bart Thompson and I, when we created this, looked at each other and said, how long do you think that'll take? You take 3. The 4A teams, the 5A in the South, and again, the South has both 4A and 5A, the North is an either or, are placed based on their rubrics. So anybody that wonders how we're doing, and that's exactly what we're saying right now. Do we keep doing that for another cycle? Because we've changed so much over the years that we don't have a lot of data. And back to Mr. Fulton's comment from hours ago now, you have a season and a couple of weeks. And in our winter and spring sports, we don't have that couple of weeks yet. We've played 1 season. Does it work? Was last season an anomaly? That's up for people to decide. Further discussion on this and how we want to go. Again, please don't confuse, is the North going to be 5A in sport X, 4A in sport Y? That can be a conversation as we get to postseason, which is where we handled it the last time. I was catching Mr. Jackson picking up. Sorry, anything else about this thing?
No, not this time on the whole one.
Are we saying then that schools that have been protected, are we saying those schools will continue being protected?
Protected by enrollment?
By enrollment numbers or by what the classification that they were put in previously?
Just by enrollment numbers, that's what they are, that's the only protection.
If the North were to say, look, we want Huckleberry Fellows and Worcester to still be a part of the 3A, they're gonna appeal anyways, if they're not a part of it. If that's something the North said we're good with, I don't want to speak for this committee, they'd have to pass it, and our board would have to pass it, but I don't see any reason why that would need to go away. Mr. Bolton.
I don't even know where to put this comment at this point, but, and I don't know how much of an issue it's gonna be in northern Nevada, except for the dynamics as much up here as I live in the south, but. This one-time waiver and eligibility rule that's gonna be rolled out too. Like, I think it's gonna have a pretty big effect on some of this stuff, because we're gonna now allow kids to go one time to these programs. So I think that needs to be discussed and considered when we get there, because that's gonna. That you're gonna create a powerhouse program at certain schools. And, you know, in the discussion with Greg earlier, like, take my particular location, right? Where I could lose this kid, lose to kids to a 3A school, but I need. They get a one-time waiver on the coast or whatever, but then they come back. And now they're sitting, so I'm wondering who that benefits, but I think that change might need to be something that needs to be considered when we start to discuss this. This thing's gonna change the dynamic.
And part of that too is unfortunately, that's one of those things where we all go, okay, everybody's gonna go try to be a powerhouse school. We don't know what happens, is the other part of that too. Like, some people have the inkling of, they already know that it's going someplace else. In my previous career, we always looked at rosters when they came in and wanted, what school were you actually zoned for? What school did you last attend? What school did you get turned down from? All that stuff, and it's just kind of a running joke that we had. You're right, that's not my bailiwick, Mr. Jackson, that's more yours.
And I share your concerns with that as well. And my concerns actually go even deeper than that to the 1A schools, the 1A and the 2A schools. My concern is a 1A or 2A school that's within driving distance of 3A, 4A, or 5A school, their kids getting in the car and just off they go, and their numbers shrink dramatically as well. I think it's a concern that we're all going to have as we traverse this new world of the one-time transfer as it comes into play. I don't think we can't prognosticate out, obviously. We can stay aware of it, but it is a concern. And I believe that it's not just this, I don't think it's just a concern in Southern Nevada. I know the proximity of high schools down there is a lot closer than it is, but I think of schools like Colville, that a kid may just say, you know what, I'm gonna drive an hour to go to Smith Valley. I'm just gonna do it. Or I'm gonna drive, I'm in Dayton and I'm gonna drive the 45 minutes into Reno. I'm concerned with that. I don't think we can look at it though and say we have to make a decision based on what we think is gonna happen. I think the next 3 years, we're gonna get a lot more data that we're gonna be able to see. The other thing is this, and I think we need to remember this too, and this is a Southern Nevada thing, and it's a Washoe County thing. You might have a one-time transfer, but if that school you want to go to doesn't have a seat, you can't go. You can't just say, I want to take my one-time transfer and transfer to Foothill. Foothill has to have a seat and a way for that child to transfer there. Their eligibility will come with them with that one-time transfer if it's followed correctly. But if you have a seat for that kid, it doesn't matter. They can all want to go there. So the school's full.
Well, I'm not worried about us.
I know you're not. I know who you're worried about, and I think it's a genuine concern, but I think we need to consider it that way. And then you have schools, I'm gonna throw Moapa in there. I don't know if we're gonna have kids that are gonna drive an hour and a half out to Moapa to utilize that one-time transfer. So this may not even be an issue for Moapa that they'll even see. So do we make rules? Do we address this concern for everybody else in the 3A within the city limits? Like I'm sure Dallas is gonna bring up here in a moment. He's itching to pull that card up. So, but at the same time, I think I don't know if we can make decisions based on that. I see Dallas.
I know one thing that we've discussed in the 3A South quite a bit is the a rubric component that allows for having transfers or playing in your athletic teams. I think that.
Have fun, Bart.
I want to say for the record that there is a state that has a rubric system, a numeric system for aligning their students based on a point values for you are residentially zoned, you are not residentially zoned and you attend, and you are not residentially zoned and you play a sport, and you play more than one sport. They do actually calculate that out. I would not recommend we go to that. Because we have our Atari 2600 over here might explode.
One state I looked at, Pennsylvania, and it just showed they had their rubric.
Yes.
But then another component was, if you have 7 kids that were out of your zone that played every football team, then you get another point. If you had 2 kids on your basketball team, you got another point for you. So,
And the state directly to the west of that one, that shares a common western border, just went to it this year.
same thing.
Yes.
Other comments over the question? Mr. Larson?
Yeah, so now, Chris, I just want to. Are we currently, this is the last two, did we use 4 years, even though we only had 2 years of alignment, are we using 4 years of data for the 2 years left? So the past 2 years, the only rubric ones we're using for the next, and that's what we're gonna be doing, that's what we do this next time, just these last 2 years
We would use this current year that we're in right now,
and the previous. Okay,
previous year, add those together. When we get through the fall sports, well, this committee will meet and align based on that. We'll have just those 2 years of data to work.
And in the last realignment, we also, allowed the entire committee to, decide on, appeals. And I guess I'm like to repeat myself. When we go forward, you say we're gonna go forward with the same, but we have already made the decision that each classification is gonna handle its own appeals, or, you know, we're not gonna vote on that as a whole.
We have not said that each class, we've never had it for each classification voted strictly out. We have the survey and the things of that classification
First,
which is generally carried a lot of weight. But we've had this committee will set up 1A, 2A subcommittee, 3A larger subcommittee. It was done largely because the 1A and 2A, they don't have movement from sport to sport. Their alignment is across the board. And during that last cycle, Mr. Brooks, Simons, Mr. Vick, they were taking a whole lot of time out of school to come back and hear 3A, 4A, 5A appeals that had absolutely nothing to do with their classifications. So I didn't want to tax that group, and oftentimes they were the tie-breaking vote on something that didn't affect them.
I guess that would be.
Yes. I didn't want that to come into play where people with absolutely no skin in the game who are here because we told them they had to move this are deciding the fate of somebody that has done.
But that's not what we decided. We're not making a decision on it.
Other comments or questions? Jack, anything else on this one? You and I talked about another part of this, so I don't want to get into it. We're gonna
Okay, so, I'm gonna rip that Band-Aid. Ready? Okay, I believe the 3A number should be 4 plus 1. And I think we should look at the 3A number, and perhaps this is the time that we move the 3A in the south to enrollment based only and eliminate the rubric use at the 3A level. In other words, the 3A follows the suit of the 1A and 2A. The number is the number is the number. And we rip that Band-Aid off. In other words, we aren't looking at 4A schools and saying you're a lowest rubric scoring school. We're going to move you into the 3A because I will bet dollars for donuts when we went go sport by sport, not when we went all school. So you don't get to throw Clark and Desert Pine Jackie Dallas. I know. That argument ends. But when we went sport by sport, no 4A enrollment school has experienced any, maybe limited success against our 3A enrollment schools across the board. And as the growth of our charter schools continues, their numbers will put them into the 4A enrollment based already. So I think the time is now to look at the 3A and say the southern 3A, like the northern 3A, with the exception of the schools that they were just talking about, will be an enrollment based division because they can be supported. Because Dallas, you've been around long enough and Bart's been around long enough. We remember when it was just Boulder, Boulder, Virgin, and Mawapa were the only 3A enrollment schools in the South, and we were running into a problem with it. If we go with Pahrump plus 1 and go enrollment based in the 3A, I think we have a solid case to build a good 3A Southern Division that can compete, if you already are. And then the rest of the 4A enrollment-based schools are rubric based. Thank you.
This gets to part of the discussion about the charter schools. Now, some of these proposals kind of different form. If we were to look at that number just based on 2023-2024 enrollment, is that a question you're gonna ask me, Stephen? Okay. Who would fall into that 3A side? Boulder City. Cristo Rey right now is kind of hanging around that 2A, 3A line. They are 3A currently. We expect their number to increase and they would remain for it. Democracy Prep is in 3A number wise. Equipo is a 3A number wise. Right now, Lake Mead is a 3A number wise. Their number though is expected to drop and drop significantly enough that they would go back to the 2A. The Meadows is 3A based. Moapa is 3A based. The Rump's number from last year was 1337. 36 and 37 kids over that 1300.
What's all that?
Rump's last year, 1,337.
As of yesterday, we were 13.
Pretty much right in line with that. Slam, when doubled, was 1280. And Slam has got a limited number of seats where they are gonna stay in that one. Persian Valley last year was 773. Coral Las Vegas, when doubled, was 1343. Their number we expect to increase also. So they would come out of that discussion altogether. It wouldn't be 3A effective. Founders at 396, depending on what they do, may go up to 3A. They're the 2A school that I think that's the one the street sign is referring to that plays boys volleyball now, plays that. How does that work for certain sports? Well, for many sports, I think you're gonna be just fine. Looking at 7 to 8 schools in cross country, 6 or 7 in football, 6 to 8 in soccer, depending on who's got teams, 5 or 6 in tennis. That doesn't include Addison, which is theoretically 2A school, but you don't have to play tennis. 5 in girls golf, 8 in girls volleyball. Somebody would look across the way and go, man, that's perfect for schedule. 8 or 9 in boys, 7 in girls, keeping in mind that Democracy Prep right now would be a 3A girls school. They appeal up to the 5A in girls basketball.
That was just for clarification, so you can't be moved more than one classification, but you can appeal.
You can appeal anywhere.
Oh, this is to clarify, okay, thank you.
Here's where the trouble lies. Bowling becomes 4 boys and 3 girls teams as of right now. And bowling is not a statewide sport. It is supplemental. Flag football is either 4 or 5. That's not a statewide sport. That becomes a little bit of an issue. Wrestling, I think, would be 5, if I remember correctly, because Slam, which is a 3A school, is appealed up to 5A. Baseball, softball, we're looking at 7, boys golf 6, swimming and diving 4 to 6, depending on Addison and Lake Line and their situations. Track is 7 to 9, boys volleyball would be 6, assuming Founders continues. If we went strictly by the enrollment number, and if the enrollment numbers for this year, or last year rather, end up being enrollment numbers for this year, those enrollment counts we should have October.
Yeah, October 2nd of October. So one of the concerns that Bart has brought up that's very specific is some of our divisions do not have large enough participation for, you might have 4 or 5 schools. That does not preclude a 4A school from petitioning down. It does not preclude you from saying, us from saying no. But what it does allow is a school to look at themselves and say, we fit better in the 3A, instead of this body saying, you're not playing well, you have to go play in the 3A. So I think that's the caveat to this. So the 3A will be put together on enrollment and then supplemented by appeal down where appropriate or necessary. The other thing to consider is this. This goes back to the conversation that Tammy had with me earlier. Maybe it's time we look at bowling and say, we can't support the 3 divisions. We can do 2 divisions of bowling in the postseason, but that's a postseason conversation. So that's where I'm at with this, because I don't think we're far enough away not to say this is viable. I think we've just got a few things that we need to tweak and adjust. And I think we can really look at this pragmatically and say, yeah, the time is right, because if we had somebody here from some of the 4A enrollment-based schools that had been playing in the 3A, they would argue they would do better against some of the 4A schools and some of our sports than they are doing competitively against the 3A, because it's not about postseason success. It's about competitive success during the regular season, and I don't think we're allowing those schools. The goal was to help them rebuild with the understanding that larger schools would rebuild. I have not yet seen a school come in and rebuild from that. The rebuilding has occurred in their enrollment-based division. For example, Centennial football. They lost every player from their team that played in the state championship against Norman a few years ago, but the punter. He was the only returning letterman, and they returned. They were devastated. They did not drop all the way to the 3A. They only dropped down one division. They rebuilt in the 4A and are now being very competitive. I think that's the goal of what we want for this, that if you are a 5A competitive school and you have a few down years, you can rebuild with other schools in your same situation, as opposed to putting you down where you're facing schools that are way more competitive than some of our middle of the road 4A schools, if you will, in certain sports.
What we have currently in the 3A is the ability to go as large as 16 teams in the 3A South. That was piling on some of those 4A schools Mr. Jackson was just referring to. Because they didn't seem to fit with the top part of the 4A. What we found out, they don't fit with the top part of the 3A. They're getting blown out by those teams. We put them back into a larger pool of 4A. Are they gonna win 4A? Well, probably not, but they have more competitive games because there are more teams closer to them than there are when they're in the 3A, and the Boulder cities or the Milwaukee's or the Virgins or the Pahrumps or whatever the given sport goes out and waxes. Well, we can find you, and again, this goes back to that proposal one that I pulled off the table, trying to find the most competitive games for a school in a certain sport. Are we ever gonna get there? Oh, but this hopefully takes us a little closer to the state.
I don't even know how to ask this. And it's looking at the 3A and non-protected schools. And you look at building teams, and I'm not talking varsity, I'm talking in JV levels. Like, I don't know any of those enrollment protected schools that have had to cut a single level, right? But you have our 4As that are cutting the ending. We're not. That, I think that my biggest concern, I don't know how to like say that.
Okay, I'm going to speak, I'm gonna take my hat off as executive director and put my old hat on as the.
Right, because,
director.
yeah.
I can address this because that was a concern. I want you to go back 3 years ago when we started the first thing we did. Scheduling freshman soccer after the season started. That was step one. Step two, scheduling freshman football after the season started. I hope the gentleman to my right will continue that development, because I am a firm believer in the South, specifically to the Clark County School District, the freshman and the JV schedules need to be independent of the varsity schedules, because there is no additional cost to waiting a few weeks, no additional transportation requirements because they're already scheduled in, and no additional referee requirements, which would then allow schools, which we are doing, which I was doing and they were doing in the past, to schedule those games out, because there is no rhyme or reason to say, because my varsity is playing Arborview, my JV and freshmen have to play them as well. So that, I think that schedule needs to be independent. And I think that becomes Mr. Anthony's problem. So I'm going to yield to Mr. Anthony now, because I've left him a lovely plate of potatoes.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, as we can see, I think there's a couple of different issues, and I'll speak freely, so Dallas, you'll understand when we go with this. Yeah, like to Tammy's point, Dallas, White Valley, Virgin Valley, Boulder City, man, they're doing a great job of fielding numbers.
Yeah.
4A school struggles. I think to Mr. Jackson's point, I think we got to make a decision in the 3A South. Do we go by rubric? We go by rubric, we're gonna tear the Band-Aid off. I think that Moapa, Boulder, and Virgin should have to go up, Xavier's own personal opinion. If we go enrollment based, then that's fine. I've had conversations with coaches in the 3A that said, hey, we want to move up because of the lack of lower levels. But although I can tell you, and as you just made that statement, in the 4A, we struggle with lower levels. We even struggle sometimes fielding a varsity team. And it doesn't matter if you have 3,300 kids on your campus. It's awesome to see a school like Moapa that has a limited enrollment be able to field those teams. And we're aware those kids essentially grow together, starting at the elementary level, go middle and high school. Unfortunately, we're so transient in base at our larger schools that we don't have that stability. That's a very, we can see a challenge in getting the students cleared. And in turn, it's the lots of programs not being able to field those teams in an appropriate fashion. So I kind of go, I think we got to pick one. We'll put some pressure on Jason and Dallas of which way to go, but I feel like it's an appropriate move. Sitting in the middle is a challenge for various reasons, my opinion.
Mr. Lewis. Now Sergeant Griggs out, so a couple of things. I think at last realignment, when teams are appealing to 3A, I did ask them that question, do you really think it's gonna be easier than the 3A than the 4A? I brought that up to a lot of those people that asked that. Second, I don't think it's just 3A South, I think this is gonna affect the whole 3A. Because if this is just the 3A South doing the rubric, and you have Valley playing Truckee for a championship in football or playoffs, whatever it is, that, once again, we're meeting a state disparity at that point. So I think if there's gonna be a enrollment or rubric base, it's gotta be for the whole state at that point, not just 3A South. And then I guess my other question, or my other comment, historically, when we were at the 3, and obviously we had the 1 come to the 3, there was a disparity for state representation, so we went 1 and 3. We did the rubric, so the 3 South went up to 16, to the North's 8, so then the South got the 3 to the North's 1, so the North added schools to get to 12, so we were balanced. I guess if the South is gonna be back down to 6 or 7, is the North gonna wanna stay at their 12, or are they gonna wanna stay similar to the 8, or does it matter? Those are just some of the questions I would have if we stay numbers based. And if in the South it's Trump +1 and the North is Alpha +1. I mean, or do they have to fill down every time? That would be some of the questions I would have. If you ask me that I had to make a choice right now, most of my coaches would choose the Texas, or not the, let's just stay enrollment based and go with it, even though I lived through having 3 schools and all that, and so I've lived through both. But I think if we, like you're saying, with the numbers you're saying, we're at 6 to 7 to 8 schools, I think that's a very viable thing for us. Whether you want to say we're the 3A, or if the lower rubric points want to be called 3A and we're 4A matched up with the 4A North, which is still the Lowrys and the Elko and everything, I don't care. That point. See.
I think like, yeah, this is out there and I just don't know where it's at, but say we did take the enrollment protection off of them. Is there anywhere where we could see where they fell in the rubric?
The last,
Because I have a feeling like some of them would be in.
it'd be going up.
Like, once they would be by.
The last one, so the board did ask for those numbers and those numbers that we leave are actually up. If you look at it on our website from the last time.
Okay.
So yes, we believe that it's there. And never saw them that would go as high as say number 8 overall.
Oh, I would 100% believe that. Because we play them in a lot of sports, so I know competitively how they fall, and I guess that's just, and again, I get there's tradition, I get all of those things, but in the South, it's hard to say geographically, because they're just as close to us. The only one who really has that viable, excuse would be Virgin, because Moapa is not that far. Neither is Boulder City, neither is Pahrump, and they're getting to where it's not that far, right, to get, play the Las Vegas schools. So geographically, I feel like they don't have here. Now, there's probably a lot I don't know, because I was never in those schools. I mean, I grew up in a town like that, but I was never worked in a school like that, but I think if we're trying to stay competitive balance. It is, I agree with X, like, we have to have that talk, is it time to rip that Band-Aid off? So it is available on there to see where they would fall?
Yeah, but it is, if not, I've still got the information passed on, Mr. Odegaard.
I think that, you know, originally when we started looking at doing rubric and having a school, it was 4-3 South, because there was with all the charters that have come along, I think that it's fixed a little bit of that problem. So two things that I wholeheartedly agree. In my time that I've been here, I don't see the majority of schools that drop down to 3A, that's not fixing their issues. Gabrielle, that was more of a Mr. Anthony issue, creating a lot of success at that school than I think than the Ruger. And then the other thing, I want to just reiterate what Dallas had said. I think that the biggest thing we're looking at is consistency. For me, talking to people within our league and people within our communities, having different sets of rules for schools, just because we're in different parts of the states, even though they're same size, it's hard to sell that to them. And when we do that, we give an impression that we favor some people. So I think that we have to develop what our process is going to be, and it has to be consistent. Let's go to Mr. Trump.
With the 3A North, I think an Elko +1 would be something that would be favorable. Something that they would go the 3A as a whole minus the Washington County schools. You know, it's all good with those having those larger schools. When we originally 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago let North Valleys come in and take a petition down to 3A and we let them come in just to get their programs back on board and get competitive again. And you see the ebb and flow of North Valleys athletics where they've had some success and they've had other sports without success. I think where you run into with your larger schools, and they probably see the same thing in the South, when you get the right coach in there. I've had basketball this year and get the right players, they become quite dominant. And it's tough to look at some of your rural schools that are smaller, that have a good team and, you know, they're playing a school of 2,400 or what, so.
I don't want to speak for Mr. Madden, this is not here. But I will tell you, for that last cycle, Mr. Madden and Mr. Avis from Hub had approached me and said, well, what if we just appeal up and everything? We're locked into this, what if we went up across sports, we're building this new school, people are gonna come, it's gonna be great. I asked them to make sure they were ready for something like that, because again, I don't want to put somebody in a spot where they weren't gonna be competitive. You're right, Mr. Joe, absolutely, 100% right. The right coach, the right set of kids, we can. Has helped change that dramatically across the board yet, results wise? Some sports are a little bit better, others, but again, that's one of those things where somebody's always going to be the point where there's really not any place to put them that makes a whole lot of sense competitive balance. That's people back around the table that pull out tape. So it does open that.
Well, just real quick to what Rob's saying, and not to bash, but let's just say name a school. Yeah, there's certain sports that becomes very easy to get good in 1 year, and that's what we then worry about, as Tony pointed out. We're gonna worry about this one-time transfer where they can all move in there and have a basketball team that all of a sudden has a kid from every school, was the best kid and had all these other schools, and now they're all at the same school. So I don't know if there's even a way to prevent that.
Other comments?
And Just to add on to that again, but I mean, we saw that, currently high school last year. Had a group coming through that was one of the best teams I've seen in the 3A North, and they ran into, you know, a team that became really good, really quick within 1 year, the right coach. So, I mean, it's tough, you know, for their community to look them in the eye, and something they put together and worked hard since probably middle school. And here comes a group that was just thrown together right before season, or in summer, so.
And just getting right along with that. So the current rule prevented the whole team from coming together. Under this proposed rule that might take effect next year, there would have been enough, I mean, then they would have had more pieces. That's why.
And we don't, sorry, Paul Sullivan for the guy. And the rural schools aren't gonna get that.
Yeah, it's right, correct.
We're not gonna get the one-time transfer to Columbia High School. We're not gonna get a one-time transfer to Lowry. Unless they're going for a job, unless their parents are getting a job in the industrial park. And cost of living in Fernie is cheaper than Reno, they're not coming to Fernie. They're just not, and it's a totally different dynamic when you put that one-time transfer rule in there. And you look at that, and you look at the way that system built itself at the beginning of the year, right? And we have our kids in our communities play competitive sports from the time they are 5 years old, all the way through their senior year. And to build, yeah, we finally have really good girls and boys basketball program. And we're not gonna have that, I'm telling you right now, we're not gonna have that in 2 years. Because we just don't, it transitions from the parents and the kids having that interest in building their basketball skills to our middle school kids now. They could care less about basketball. It's other things that they're interested in, right? So it's always up and down, depending on the interest, right? But we're just not gonna get those kids that are specialized in that. Oh, I wanna come to Fernie High School because they're gonna kick butt the next 3 years of football. We're not gonna get that.
Question for 3 northern people on the panel. Part of the reason Hub Marzel's Rooster joined the club is in this very same room several years ago. We had a large discussion that was centered on Truckee and South Tahoe and travel. We were able to split into an east and west with 6 teams each in the leagues to cut down on some of that. And we're just getting back to Ms. David's point about, are we looking at competitive balance, are we looking at budgets, are we looking at transportation, what are we looking at? It's all a combination of everything. Going to an Elko +1 is the number. Goes back to probably 9 for the 3A North. It goes back to possibly a lot more plus state travel. With the Spring Creeks, Mr. Pearson, going to South Tahoe with trucking more often than once every other year. Something that group's gonna be accepted. We know from you guys.
Yeah, I'll lead off that,
Yeah.
but we don't have issues. We do it all the time. Yeah, but Elko same way, I'll talk for them. Our district's pretty solid with travel, you know, we make it work. And we're not gonna have issues, we've done it now for whatever, we've opened 30 some years, Spring Creek now. We won't have an issue with that, and I think that 9-team league goes back to our traditional, and scheduling is gonna be a lot better. Mr. Troutman dogs for that too.
Sparks has been a 3A member, I think, since 2004. Back before North Valley's Hub Booster came in, Washington County never seemed to have an issue sending us out east. I don't write the check for that, but it was never really a problem for us. We were never put on any limitation. It wasn't until only 2 years ago when we brought the other 3 schools in, that travel was a concern. Having spoke with South Tahoe, travel is a concern for them financially, they said. And having talked to Truckee, Truckee would prefer the old traditional 3A.
They were one of the ones that argued that several years ago that they couldn't get buses.
I think they still have issues with buses, but that's not more of a financial thing, a bus driver shortage thing, which we all,
Oh, yeah, you're all facing it.
we all,
Yeah, I'm
face-
trying to act, yeah.
we all face that.
Let's throw this option out there, you have to food over there.
And then real quick,
Okay.
one more thing on scheduling, yes, back to 2004, my time in there, when Charlie Walsh brought us in and dealing with the readers and the Mendiolas of the world. These guys, they pick up and travel all the time. I was talking to Shane or Scott Gilligan the other day, they only have, I think, 4 home basketball games this year. And that's not okay. I was in the 3A, we're a family, we need to support each other, and the fact they only have 4 home basketball games, it's not okay.
So going back to the traditional 3A enrollment based system that,
Yes, if we had the 9-10 team league, say 19 league, you play everybody twice, home and home, that gives them a least 8, gives them a 16-game schedule. And, they can pick up from that, so.
last question before you, I'm sorry. So then Art, what would that do to the 4A, 5A and the?
So that turns us into 12.
12.
We'd add 3, 12. Although right now, Galena, their numbers just came in under 1,200,
Right.
or under 1,300. But I mean, that's what we always did.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's only been recently that we've gone to the 9.
Okay, so my intention for bringing this forward was not to cause chaos.
Right.
It was more to just drive you Dallas crazy today, to be honest with you.
I've been involved.
Okay. It wasn't to cause chaos, but I do understand that looking at it in the South, we should not just look at it in the South. We should look at it as a 3A statewide as we move forward, and I appreciate that for me. What I didn't want to cause was chaos by saying, no, we're gonna do statewide, I want to look at statewide. My thought was, I think the time is right to, my biggest concern with the South is not more than this. The South 3A, 4A, 5A lives under multiple levels of determination that don't impact everyone exactly the same. We have enrollment, we have protection, we have rubric, we have appeal. And and like you brought up, there's no way to explain it. Like, why do they get to do this? Why can't we do that? And I think it's time to level it out, solid statement to the right. But if this is the way the committee wants to go, you're not gonna get an argument from this person at all. Because I like consistency. I can tell anybody in the state, 3A is based on enrollment, and then anybody who else comes into 3A is based on appeal.
And Mr. Jackson, I'll get you just a second, Mr. Trouble. But the point about the lead being under the number, when you lose 3A, when you have that right to be.
Yes.
Correct.
So, let's take care of Mr. Petrov.
Just to add on to that, I think chaos is good, Mr. Jackson. That's how we come to
Yes.
those conversations and this talk that needs to be, I think, brought up and had again.
Okay.
And moving forward, so, it's good.
Anyone else, Mr. Larson?
Is there something that can be made for this, or you want this made for this alignment?
Yes.
We've thrown a lot at you, and some of this stuff's relatively new, because we didn't think of it until 2 weeks ago or a week ago. We want some time here, to have lunch to kind of mull it over a little bit. We haven't gotten to the football part of it yet. The lunch is here. If you guys want some time, we can break here for 20 minutes, half hour. If that works, probably not enough time to go run and get ribs and put it on them, but if that works for you, just kind of let me know here real quick and do that.
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Come back at 12:45. And our agenda is the realignment proposals, you had some lunch, you had some time to mull over, and what we've been talking about here, kind of the most prevalent part of that is creating enrollment based only as we go forward. Comments? Questions? This is not my decision or anything, I was vote, so I want to make sure that you're heard.
If we do make three A enrollment based only, as we stated before, the school still the right to appeal. Correct?
Okay, yes. 100%, those appeals would come to this committee.
Yeah.
Appeal the placements, wherever they'd like to appeal to, up or down. Mr. Anderson, if you could.
So once alignments are determined, schools have the opportunity. So for instance, following this meeting, recommendation here is going to go back to the Board of Control for the meeting in September in Las Vegas. And the Board of Control will likely adopt the policies, procedures, and rules that we applied here. Then we'll meet again at the end of the fall season, and we'll have numbers. No problem.
No, it's just a sneak peek.
We'll meet again as a committee at the end of the fall season to take the numbers and place schools where they belong within the alignment that you've agreed on here today. Schools then will have an opportunity, if they don't want to, if they don't feel they're properly placed, they have the opportunity to come back here to this committee, and we'll have a couple of meetings. We'll have one in the north and one in the south, where those schools can come back and state their appeal to this committee. And then it's either granted or denied. And that ultimately goes back to the Board of Control for final approval. We used to allow them to appeal again to the board, so they could appeal here and then appeal again to the board, but the board has since said they don't want appeals coming to them. They just want that and this level. So there's always the right to appeal, I guess is my point. Once placed with you.
Now, starting 3A South. When in this process did the tournament format come in? All the schools are set, or?
As I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the tournament formats, when we meet in fall, after fall season, as a committee to determine where everyone's going to go for the next alignment in the fall sports, you'll also determine your tournament formats for the fall.
So that's before the appeals.
Yeah, so they have to have a first fall meeting, and then they have the right to appeal that, and they have to make some tweaks to that tournament format, but.
So Rob, I know, we talked to it, so if we're at 6 and the appeals happen and they let all 6 in, they're 16-6, we've already determined the format. That might, right?
Well, again, this committee is going to be the one who hears the appeals. Yeah.
Right.
So you can adjust your formats based on how the appeals come out.
Right, yeah.
So, okay.
Let's draw the map of the time here. Let's say we meet right at the very end of November for the end of fall. And this committee sets the alignment for fall, 1A, 2A, you're setting yours for the year. Set those tournament format. We come back a week later in the other half of the state with appeals. And if 6 teams are granted, then we can look at those tournament formats because they haven't gone to the board.
Okay.
They haven't gone to the board. You can then take a look at that and choose if we need to. And that's. And Mr. Anderson.
And this committee is going to control how things ultimately look in terms of formats and whatnot. So if something you initially decide on isn't going to work after we've had the appeals, you can adjust that.
Okay.
We're not going to move something forward that's not going to work for 50% of the schools or whatever. So,
Mr. Jackson. That's what I was going to say. In other words, might have been a lot more here.
Comments. Any other comments, any other questions here? Okay. We are in action item here. We are looking for some direction. This kind of ties in as well So item number 11, which is the creation of the policies and procedures by saying what we're gonna do, that's part of this process, policies and procedures that we're gonna abide by. What we've talked about in this, we have not yet approached football with that part of it. We've talked about the 3A enrollment number being the number, those being the teams that are in 3A. Everybody else has the right to appeal out of, into. But we've talked about the enrollment number being what decides who's in the 3A. Now, Ergo, you remember my statistics lesson about switching the rubric a little bit, tweaking. And we carry, what we talked about is carrying that last policies and procedures, with the exception of the 3 number being the number, with the exception of the rubric switch, carrying that forward to the rules that we abide by for this realignment cycle year term, where we're putting everybody to play for the next 3 years. But missing, either Mr. Anderson, Mr. Jackson. No, but where we're at. Is there any other discussion? I don't want to keep anybody out of this. If you've got somebody getting one going forward, because we're also talking about additional realignment proposals. We can do this a couple of ways. I think probably the way we would be better off doing it is if we looked at trying to make a motion for sports other than football, then let's have the football discussion so that we don't forget about what just happened. That would be my recommendation, again, not my decision to make. Mr. Cole,
So let's not make sure we're talking about all.
we're talking about all sports other than football right now. The policies, procedures that we would carry over, we're talking about for everything except
Fall, winter, spring.
fall and spring.
Okay. So I move that we continue the current rubric system as it's with the changes that you made earlier, in the formula for the rubric, for all sports other than football, for the next 3-year realignment cycle,
Is that
including 3A, as an enrollment. Based on enrollment.
solely? Again, I'm trying to put words in your mouth. Okay, so let me make sure I got this right. What you propose, what you've made the motion for is to roll forward with policies and procedures as they are now, with the exception of the switch to the rubric that we've detailed in this meeting, and that the 3A would be enrollment based only, and this would apply to everything other than football. Yes, could I sum that up? Yes, perfect. We have a motion on the table from Mr. Cole. Do we have a second? Also, Mr. Odegaard seconds. We need to do a roll call.
I take a vote then if you need to take it then, if it's close.
Is there any other discussion, any other questions, any other comments? And this Mr. Coleman.
Yeah, it's probably both about it. I don't know if it needs to be added or amended, but can we run that alongside proposal 1 that you have, like we discussed earlier?
I don't think we need to be that part. That's okay. This committee wants to do it.
Yeah, I would like to see that, because as you meet with people and explain it, it's gonna be easier to say, look, this is how it's gonna play out. Okay, thank you.
I've created more work for you before. Don't hesitate.
And
Wait, maybe one last question.
Yeah, with the 3A enrollment part of that, are we saying Pahrump +1, Alpha +1, or do we have to state that?
That would probably need to be stated in the motion, because Pahrump will probably be outside of the 3A numbers we do. So we need to go back to Mr. Cole. Do you want to amend?
I'd like to amend that motion to include as Executive Director Jackson just stated.
Mr. Odegaard, you have a second. You still okay to second this? Mr. Cottrell.
Mr. Jackson stole my question.
He likes to steal the thunder. Any other questions, any other comments? Okay, let's call for the question. If this is closed, then we will go back and do a roll call vote. For now, we'll just do a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Okay, we've got policies and procedures for me to do for everything other than football and now. Discussion. You want to lead this off?
Yep. So, from the standpoint of football, While I think we have. I think 7 divisions in football is too many. With only 93 schools playing in the entire state. We're looking at 13 teams in the division for a state championship if we factor it out average wise. I think that's too few, or too many, excuse me. There have been proposals brought back forth many times of an open division. There's been talk of just play it out. There's been talk of using max preps. I'd like the committee to discuss the following for the merits, good or bad. That we have a rubric for the 4A and the 5A. Now that we're gonna be enrollment based for the 3A, we can look at that, but for the 4A/5A. That at the end of the season. In the South. We look at the top 8 or 6. Go into the 5A state championship. And the remainder of the schools go into the 4A championship. In the North, depending on what they do with the 5A or the 4A, then we figure that, then we build that bracket based on that. When we get to that postseason championship. So what I'm saying is this, at the end of the regular season, the schools with the rubric points 1 through, I'm gonna use 8, just for lack of argument. 8, then move into the state championship for the 5A. The next 8 teams with rubric points move into the state championship for the 4A. And then the caveat being that where the 5A or the northern 4A, 5A goes, that will be played down to the 1 versus 1. And then in the other division, it would be played down to a state champion. So does that make sense what I'm saying? But I'm sorry. Yeah.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but it sounds very similar to something that we've discussed quite a bit up north here. Especially when we had 12 teams in our league, and if that's the way we're moving back to 12 teams. Our biggest fear would become then somewhere number 5, number 16 starting to throw games to angle themselves correctly so that they're the number 1 team going into the 4A state tournament.
Yeah. And that would be part of the discussion for the, I think we would have to have that conversation with the number of teams that are in the division in the North as to whether or not it's break it into a 5 and a 4 or stay as a 5 or stay as a 4. In the South, I think the biggest discussion is going to be the sheer volume of teams in the 4A. As opposed, which is the state championship, but I would also have everyone take a look at what when we went to 7 teams in the state championship last year. With the 5A 1, 2, and 3, and then the 4A. With no offense to any team that won a state championship, not saying they didn't deserve a state championship, I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is, I think we may have had too many teams in too many divisions playing for a state championship. Remember, the rubric was not designed for teams to win state championship. It was to create competitive balance during the regular season. And then create a situation in the postseason where now we take your success factor and use it for seeding the postseason tournament. Not my meeting, gotta look better.
Mistake.
Obviously, I'm not taking offense.
I know, and I'm not talking about legacy at all, and I'm not talking about Centennial or anybody who wants state tournament.
So, I mean, and I'm just looking fully based on last year. And we keep saying the competitive balance, the competitive balance. It's like, the first to admit, 5A3 was not competitive. There were 2 teams, one that was in, and then there was everyone else. I think 5A2 was fairly competitive, it looks like. 4A was the same boat as 5A3. And we all know 5A1's not gonna be, we all know where that's at, right? Without saying.
I never concede that argument, because
Okay.
I'm a firm believer on any given Sunday. I believe in it,
Any given Friday? No.
any given Friday, or in our case, any given Tuesday. There's a reason it's called Thanksgiving. I mean, if that happens, there's gonna be a great Thanksgiving.
Right. So I guess my question would be. You're saying based on rubric points. So who are they playing? During the regular season?
So
Are we staying in division wise? Are we saying, like, use me for example.
Okay, so.
We're 5-2 right now.
You
Who will be playing?
you remove the 3A enrollment-based schools out.
Okay,
Everybody left in the south is 4A team.
okay,
Okay, they're all 4A.
play whoever you want.
Well, we break them into geographic leagues, don't give me that shaking your head nonsense, because you're going back to the old Northeast. That's the argument, so there, I remember that, no,
You know, we all know how, and I look at
Yeah.
it, we all know how it's broken.
exactly, so if there's serpentine, there's lots of methods. Bart and I have talked extensively on different ways to break it. We could break it geographically, we could use rubric numbers to break it into a group, and then use the rubric numbers at the end of the season as the determinant. There are multiple ways to break it into regular season. But at the same time, what I'm looking at is when you get to end, when you qualify, we are breaking it into, and let's just. It's the 5A is the best rubric scoring points that they have. Now, there are faults to this, there are a lot of faults to it. But I think we are at a situation with the 7 that we had too many faults.
I don't disagree.
Okay.
I do not disagree with that.
Mr. Cole, then Mr. Posey.
So. Don't disagree, there's faults. But if we truly believe that on any given Tuesday, yeah, one of the first things that we did was talk about that there might be teams that would throw so that they could be first or second teams in the north, so that they didn't have to be 5A teams or whatever. So we immediately conceded that. And then thought that, oh, maybe they would be automatically 4A or 5A or whatever. So agree that there's fault, that there's problems. If faults in a system. I'm 100% thinking the fault should benefit extra and additional versus fewer. Right, more opportunities for kids versus less opportunities for kids. I believe that with every party through years of experience. So, and again, you know, the same logic that we just agreed with what you suggested in terms of, hey, let's not make a change in the rubric, all of those types of things. And so, I don't know what the answer is. Other than, you know, how do we come up with competitive schedules throughout the regular season, so that then that works, so that we do have some kind of a playoff. Remembering also that, like many of you, you know, what I'm used to is, yeah, that, hey, Bart, we talked about this, that in some situations, I think that, yeah, everybody should play it, regardless, because I do believe that, you know, upsets happen, and the worst team throughout the regular season can make their way to a championship and win it all, right? And so I think we have to keep those things in mind, because we immediately, as soon as we started the conversation, we started thinking about, hey, what if teams start to find ways to not be successful so that they could play down? Or some teams, that we've talked about it all day, some teams don't want to be part of a 5A or a 4A because of whatever. So it's either got to be at some point about competitive balance for all or not. Or then if we're going to make a mistake, let's make a mistake that benefits extra and additional. My thoughts.
Mr. Cole, you hit on one of my biggest points from the very start, when we went through this process in several different iterations in several different years. There was somebody, well, if you finish 4th, you go to this, if you finish 5th, you go to this. Well, what if the last game of the season is between the 2 teams that are tied for 4th? They realize they can't beat the number 1. They've played and gotten beat by 30 both times. You're gonna see 2 teams that are gonna be leaving the ball in their own end zone. Try and see if that works. Mr. Polson.
I don't know if it may seem victory to my colleague, but I think kind of along what Tim was saying, I don't know that necessarily the state titles, but thinking back to my 3A days, I think there's too many teams in the playoffs. Those first round games in 5A2, I can tell you from experience, it was a waste of a Friday night, and just for lack of better good, and I think. If you, like, say, take the 3A class, for instance, where, you know, the top 2 teams get a bye. I think your incentive as a coach changes, because now I'm trying to get a first round bye, instead of, you know, the team that won maybe 1 game all year is now playing us, who happen to be, I think, the 2 seed at the top. You know, and it was just, I don't know. I mean, I agree, if we're gonna err, you know, it's err on the side of benefiting kids, I mean, that's why we're here. But at the same time, I think there are other ways to improve the quality of the postseason by limiting potentially the amount of teams that get in.
Football is the one sport, as we look at other states and how they do things, there's other states that the playoffs are anybody in the pool type deal. Except for football, which becomes a safety issue when we're looking at the very best playing the very bottom. Bad things can happen. So,
And I think my point, the best and the bottom, the more you water it down, the divide becomes greater, right? Like the upper 5A2 was really a lower 5A1 kind of component, where the bottom of that was probably a 4A component last year. Football was disrespect in division, but.
and football is different in that you can't necessarily, you can't go 6, 7 rounds deep in a playoff in the state without taking away from the regular season. Because you can't go play a football game Monday and play another Wednesday.
Calendar has days. I mean,
Was that,
calendar only has so many days.
you gotta sleep 5 times.
Right.
in games. I only wish that.
But I,
Mr. Jackson.
and I would disagree that opportunity for kids is important. I'm all about opportunity for kids. I think what we've created in our state, by nobody's fault at all, is a seismic or a cavernous gap between what is probably the top 4 to 6 teams in the state and the lowest rubric scoring teams in the same enrollment division. I mean, the distance between where those 2 programs are, there's no bridge between those 2. Also, I'm still going back to the fact that while competitive balance is very important and everything else, and opportunity for success is important, I always believe that opportunity for success does not equate to postseason participation. Not everybody gets to go to the playoffs. And I think we've gotten away from that because we didn't want, when we were trying to come up with something last year, when our feet were to the fire, trying to come up with what we were gonna do for football, this was the most logical solution because it was a way to get everybody to the table and agree. I don't think we need 7 divisions of football. If I'm wrong, then the committee can just go in whatever direction they want. Heck, you can just make a motion that we just leave it as is and move on. But at the same time, I think if we look at it as a true, take the names off of the schools, take everything, make it equitable across the board as we're just looking at it, just where we're at, I think Tony has a very valid point that we've watered down the playoff system in the 4, 5, 1, 2, and 3 to the point where we have almost everybody's in anyway. We've just found a way to do it.
Save it and make it
I
control.
think I missed, this is a clarification, you said the top 8. Did you say top 8 north and south?
No, top 8 in the south. That's where we would start.
We will play to the north south.
If the North chooses to play in the 5, this is the playoff format you have to look at, but what I'm saying is top 6, top 8, whatever that number may be. That, and then when we look at playoff format, knowing where the North falls on this, and the North may come back and say, we're gonna go, hey, we're at 12 teams now, we're gonna go into 2 divisions of 6, or whatever the case may be. What I'm saying is, I think it's time to have that conversation about football moving forward, so we know where we're at.
I'm gonna jump into the middle of this. I know I promised Mr. Petro next. There's some terminology there that gets used that, I don't know, wherever the North chooses. Oh, sorry. Maybe that's, I mean, or maybe it's job to determine. And I didn't read the law.
I'm somewhere on the line.
Yeah, I know, I didn't mean that.
Yeah.
We've used that so often, and there's a perception out there of wherever the North chooses to play. Wherever this committee determines.
Right.
They need to play, just to make sure we're clear on that. Mr. Kincher.
I agree with Mr. Jackson. I think 7 is way too many. Traditionally, it seems like football, we've always had plus one more championship than we do in our other sports. And when I'm looking at the South, if we go to, you know, just the 5, you take the top 8 out for that Division 5 or 5A or whatever you want to call it. Doesn't that leave like 978 schools battling for a 4A chance to go to the championship? It just seems like maybe we need that one more division because of the amount of schools in the South. I have not really followed South football in a while, other than we all know who Gorman is, so I don't know what that competitiveness is like down there.
Football, at least, we went to the 4A system in 96, I believe it was. Football since then, until we got to this last cycle where we decided we were going 5A1, 5A2, 5A3. Football's been very similar to basketball in terms of number of classifications, or baseball, softball, may have more than certain other sports which don't go 4 or 5D. But that's been the case there. Mr. Anderson, you have raised your card.
But it was, if there's no one else, just to speak on this real quick. So if 7's too many, and again, we only have one season to go by right now, but if 7's too many, what's then not too many? As Rob's pointing out, is 5 too many still, or probably not because they could get 5A, or is 6 now still too many? Is 6 too many? Because I know in the north, we would prefer not to battle it out during the season and then decide which group is where. We would like that divided before the season. We're gonna be 5A, this group's gonna be 4A, and then there's still gonna be a special division down in Vegas to take care of the problem that's in Vegas.
That was some.
You're not a problem. Can I go on the record here? I wanna go on the record. Gorman is not a problem, because here's what I'm.
For lack of a better way to put it.
But here's what I'm gonna say, if you were to cut the head off the snake, two heads replacement. Absolutely, so it doesn't matter who the team is, yeah, it could be Centennial Girls Basketball, you cut the head off the snake, two heads replacement. So I don't want anybody to assume Gorman is the problem, they're not a problem.
And I would correct, and I strike that from the minutes, I apologize. Gorman, not a problem, but that being a problem is where, in this last realignment, the 5A, 4A North, I mean, that's what I was tasked with, was making sure we didn't have to face those teams. Now, did we get it wrong in girls basketball? Quite possibly, yes. And did we get it right in other places? Yes, with the football. But, I just feel like, I know the North, and I don't think that it would go over well if we say there's only, if we're going back to 5, and then the winner of the North faces the winner, the best team of the South.
Mr. Anderson, you hit on something at the start of that again, where you want to know at the start of the year where it's gonna be. That's always been my thing. We want kids, and we want coaches, and we want teams to decide things on the court, on the field, on the whatever, but by the same token, we don't want to get into that situation, as Mr. Cole brought up earlier. If we get down to the last week of the season, you've got your fate in your hands, and you decide, I'm not winning this game, because I'm not going to a spot where I think they can win a championship a little bit better. I will tell you that, what I have come up with kind of on my own was I looked at, what do you think, 16, 5A South. But it based on the rubric, and it wasn't going to change year to year. I will tell you that no matter where you put that number, the team on the very bottom of that line isn't gonna. The team that are just below that line, love it, this looks great for us. We look at last year, and again, 1 year, might be an anomaly, might be right on, we don't know. That 5A2 game featured what we would think was the best team in the North. it was Bishop and North. Because there were no golden teams in the 581. Featured Faith Lutheran, which was top 8-ish, maybe a little higher than that in the South. It's a competitive game. It was a competitive championship game. Will that be the case every year? It's gonna be the case every year. We don't know if the 3A game necessarily would be competitive every year. We don't know that Truckee wouldn't steamroll somebody or somebody wouldn't steamroll Truckee. We don't know. But I mean, that is the thing, when we talk about season and moving and using the rubric points at the end of the season, it's a slope that could get slippery quick. But not my decision to make, it's taken.
So the whole point going to this rubric was competitive, correct? So say we do go down, because I see both sides of it, like I agree 1000%. We go back to where you say the top 8. And we decide how we're going to step up regular season. I think we're going away from the whole competitive balance thing again, because every way that we would, that I've heard that we would do it, like, I cringe when we say it geographically, and it's not because of that whole Northeast thing. It's just, we know where our spots are.
I think there might be a misconception on what I said.
Okay.
The top 8 are determined after the season, so let's just go this fall. So we start today, we're playing in our leagues that we're in right now.
Okay.
After the last game, Bart looks at this season points only, and we build tournament brackets. We aren't doing this for the next year, we're doing it within this year. So it would, doing it however the leagues are broken apart right now based on the rubric, doing the serpentine method. Right, so that wouldn't have to go away. It would be what points you accumulate on the rubric throughout the season. So you could be the top team in your league, but you could go in as the 7th seed in a tournament. We use it to seed the tournament at the end of a regular season. So there's no need for there to be geographic. I said geographic because it's just one of the options that I always go to. But if we use the serpentine method right now, at the end of this year, you look at who are the top rubric point scoring teams, and then that seeds this bracket. Who are the next group? They seed this bracket. Then after this committee, I'll be careful to say it right this time. After this committee determines where the North plays football wise or what they look like, then we would have the brackets pre-built. They would just be filled in with rubric point teams. So if the 5A, let's go with what I said. Let's go 5A2. You go to a 6th division. Well, 5A2. There's 6 teams in that one, and they're going to play the top 6 teams from the Northern. And they're gonna play it down to 1 champion. Then whoever's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they fill in. And then the next bracket then would be 5A1, which would be a total Southern bracket. We would build those 2 brackets. And then 4A would be the remaining teams, and they would go into that bracket based on their rubric point scores at the end of the season. We would use the points you accumulate to seed the tournament.
But I think part of your question, David, you don't have to speak for you if this isn't, is how are we determining the leagues in the first place?
Yes.
Whatever you guys decide, I think it'd be serpentine.
We could choose how we want to.
And honestly, one proposal that I made this in Street Council years ago. We look at that serpentine method and we go, let's say we're dividing into 4 leagues, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, then you come back the other way to 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, it swirls like a snake. We can look at that and go, man, when you look at this league, it's legacy with Desert Oasis, with Foothill, and you're all over the place. We can make a trade within that to try to keep it balanced, but also keep the competitive balance there and keep the geography.
And I understand everybody's, the geography, you get more people with your name, that kind of stuff, and I struggle with that because geographically, we are one of the schools that there's only 1 or 2 around us that we are competitive with, and everybody else is across.
Correct.
And I would rather play the teams that we're competitive with.
It's still, Sean Patton is across state of English side of me, I might need the Ray Parks voice on this too. Ray Parks would always bring up at these meetings how far the 3A has to travel, and when the 4A, 5A South starts complaining about, we're gonna make a 45-minute trip across town. We are to talk about how the school, it's not about our bus trips. Right, one way, right. Needles back in the day, and Parker, you remember this place wasn't Wendover.
I was at that,
There was a league contest.
I drove that bus.
People don't wanna drive to Trump and play Trump. Years ago, Legacy was in the same league as Desert Oasis, and people complained that driving from Legacy High School to Desert Oasis was.
See, I'm one of those, it's the opposite, like, I'm okay with that, right? If it means competitive, as opposed to the team.
And we do like to keep things, and I'm the guy that likes to keep leagues pretty small, just in case you're riding, you can still play your rider in a game. Because that's important to people. If the bone game ever went away, somebody would be hitting me with that bone. If some of the other games went away, they'd be hitting me with stuff. Mr. Jackson.
Yes, I got death threats about the bone game when we canceled it during COVID. And that was rather terrifying. I think we also should look at this as we discuss this. Bart, I hate to do this because I don't know if you can do it off the fly. How many teams qualified for football in the South last year for the playoffs? If I'm doing my math right, I think it's 38.
We're going by 38 and under.
We're going to do 4A, 5, 1, 2, and 3. So the 8,
Pretty much the entire field and all of it.
it was everybody.
It was everywhere.
It was everybody, for the most part. Give or take.
Those first round games were not even close.
If we would have rubriced it out, I think if you rubriced it out and put the bracket or two out, it would change the dynamic of the postseason greatly.
Is there an argument then, instead of necessarily scrapping the whole 7 divisions, is there an argument that we don't put everybody into the playoffs? Part of the reason that 7 division was created was so that everybody could still have a legitimate chance for the playoffs, which then kind of sold the idea. But if we all agree that obviously the buys, not necessarily, no, that would, you would remove the buys and you would just have a semifinal and then a final.
You want to be careful, Mr. Jackson, give me just a second. You want to be careful on some of this too. We start, because we're kind of banging into playoff formats again. When we look at the football schedule, the length of it is what it is, right? And we talked about we can't have 5, 6, 7 rounds of playoffs, because there's only so many days of count. By the same token, if we want to hold our championship events roughly in the same days of the calendar, if we start really narrowing down the playoff format, unless those teams have their regular season adjusted so that they would play later, they theoretically have more buys in the regular season. You might be looking at a team that goes play, buy, towards the end of the season. And that gets rough at the end of the year. You want that rest time, but also gets rough to keep kids involved at that point. If you're gonna play 3 games in 5 weeks, basically.
And my concern with shortening the brackets is this. So let's say we went to 16 brackets in 5A or 4, 1, 2, 3. Then we're actually not in 5, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, because how do we tell a team that finished in 5A 2 in 7th place that the team that finished in 5A 3 in 1st place goes to the playoffs, but they don't? It's almost like could we make the bracket smaller and add an extra week to the regular season if we kept those 5? Yeah, but we have to figure out a way to seed that. And I agree that right now, in the football schedule in the South right now, one of the 5A division goes a week longer because their playoff is a week shorter. But there's no chance of them playing in any other division. So they were able to play their last league game when everybody else is playing their first playoff game. So that's one of those concerns, but I would be hesitant to say that we change the brackets across the board unless we come up with a way to see the brackets across the board. And once again, we're in the postseason, I apologize, Bart.
And here's the issue also that the rubric or any competitive factor creates when we start to look at one season and where teams go. If we don't have schools that are playing other schools, they're just playing their league schedule and they're only playing 5 games that are rubric based, Are we really getting that true measurement across the board? If a group of 10 or 12 teams, that's all they play is each other, and it leaves another group of 10 or 12 teams, all they play is each other. We don't know which one's stronger by comparing a rubric. We know which teams are on top of that little 10 to 12 team circle, but we don't know how circle A and circle B measure up with each other. In a one-year system, if you have two groups that are just staying within themselves, there's no cross area, there is no way out.
This is probably not an option, but like we were saying, what if you just let the coaches, they play who they want?
You're going back to proposal one, we got on the table, yeah,
That'd be total one.
I mean,
Well, this kind of doesn't.
it is, I mean,
you heard me say earlier how much I love it.
I guess, I think I'm just looking at it as there's just so many discrepancies. I mean, we all know it. You've got your 1, 2, and 3, and 5, and 1. And then the rest of them all the way down to 5, 3 are very, very similar, and at any point in time can be interchanged.
And that 1, 2, and 3, and 5, 1 last year, and jump in real quick, remember, we got to the playoffs, 6v3. In that second round of the playoffs, shadow battle in the playoffs. Not saying that team's gonna go on a run necessarily with.
There were also 4 players, huh? But
But again,
again,
that's happening. Go ahead and finish your statement.
but I mean, I guess it just, there is no perfect way to schedule, there's not, we all know that. But I guess if you look at the rubric points, it would have to be, because again, I don't feel like we got any better as a team last year playing in our division. I mean, the toughest game we had, other than when my coach scheduled outside of that big three, and we played for the hill, and we played some of the upper level teams, but that's going to happen. And you're gonna have these teams that, again, because shadow meeting in Arbor, because of they were playing tough teams every week and getting back. And I think that that's the.
I love what you said, Tammy. I agree 100%. I love the idea of schedule, but here's the only caveat I would have is that would be a systematic change for the Southern coaches. Sit in that room and come up with a full schedule. Okay, second thing is, there's always been the argument in that room. I've been in that room way too many times. Nobody wants to play me. Yeah. Nobody wants to, yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Because nobody wants to play me. What am I gonna do?
Well, I think part of that.
But I don't disagree with you. I think that's,
I
yeah.
think part of that, I will say, comes down to lower levels. And like you said, if we, again, in Southern Nevada, if we're able to say, okay, your B and your JV schedules are independent of your varsity. I think a lot of times people don't want to play some certain games because of B.
Part of it, since that, part of it also, and I'm sorry, it's for the very, very in the room, and Mr. Morocco, if you're listening. If we looked at football alone, how many people necessarily are gonna go sign up for the chance to go be in a league with Norman and Liberty if they have choices to be in a league with everybody else? That's a question. What's that? I knew you. Mr. Cole?
That we're sure really has and have not again. That's why we needed this system in the first place, because we had created a system of schools that couldn't compete. And, you know, I've been around this room long enough to remember actually 3A did allow for teams to rebuild and create equity and stuff like that. Mojave was part of that. Mojave did become who they are culturally and through athletics because they were part of the creative part of it. Like we had great rivalries. Schools and this kind of thing, but if we just allowed them to schedule whoever they wanted, you know, we were one of the few ways that one of the few schools that would still schedule Gorman, and you guys were great to us back in the day. We come over there, you come and play us. It was awesome because we had to play whoever would play us technically, and so we have to be careful and protect ourselves and protect people that don't have relationships still because they're new to town and those types of things, and they don't have all creative programs and stuff. So we just have to be careful when we think, hey, yeah, that'd be nice, a perfect world, and we had a great balance, but we don't. That's how we got to this part. So
What comments here? Gone all the way around the world, but we're still pretty much the same place we started.
then at the end of the day, I'm great with whatever I'm saying. What we have today is perfect. But when it comes time to use the rubric. Use the rubric. For all. And that's all I'm saying.
Let me throw this bag out there.
Use the rubric. That's what I'm at.
Mr. Jackson, do not move over Mr. Anderson. Hey, and I've been against it the whole time. Yes. I have, but. We just went through a process where we just said, let's roll with what we've got. If we said, let's roll with what we've got for football. Do the people on this committee think that's the right thing to do? You know, you've heard the arguments, and Mr. Morocco, his proposal, that was one of the things he argued too, 7's too many. Am I hearing from this committee? Am I not hearing from this committee that maybe we roll and see what this is like? Mr. Jackson, got your arm up, I hope it's not hitting.
No, and I'm going to go on the record and say that him and Bart and I have not agreed on this since day one. No, not at all. But our relationship is one where if we agree on too many things, people start to get nervous anyway. So, I made a proposal. If this committee says, you know what, let's just roll with it. We roll with it. I have no dog in the fight other than the fact that if I did not present this out, I would have not been doing service to what I believe at my core. But at the same time, I am very enthused by this corner over here saying that we're going to mirror the whole next 3 seasons using pairwise, start having the conversation, and then perhaps maybe in 3 years, we look at it at that point. I'm very enthused by that. I'm excited about the pairwise mirror that we're going to be doing. I know Bart isn't, but that'll make up for the fact that we disagreed on this, that I just gave him extra work. So I'm good with that.
You're enthused, I'm happy it's from that. And again, I don't want to sit here and propose necessarily, I didn't really propose anything. Something that's against, something we've heard against. And Ms. Havig sat there a little while ago and said we really didn't play anybody competitive except for one team in our league during the year. You're gonna get that much better doing this. Well, we had a situation where a team that won a championship last year isn't moving up to the next division because they finished third in that division, then went through and won the region championship on that side. So they're not moving. We went by top 2 teams as you finished in your league move.
That's what I.
Well,
That's a fact. Didn't have time, but now that we were set, yeah.
But there's so many things that we've encountered as we've gone through this, and we haven't realized what, so it's outside the ramifications are until they actually happen.
Right, but I'll go back to Director Jackson's comments. We're gonna roll with it, let's roll with it. Right? And let's merit it. I mean, we've seen too many in our jobs on a daily basis, frivolous decisions be made. And things not rolled out properly. But I think if we keep what we're doing. We look at this pairwise data for 3 years, we really will have some concrete evidence behind it where we can say, yeah, this is not working, this worked, you know, and then we can make an educated decision. Right now, it's almost like we're just throwing darts, it's like playing lawn darts back in the 70s, right? You just look it up in the air. I'm dating myself. But I mean, it's just like, you know, throw it against the wall and see what sticks, right? At some point, we're gonna have to roll through a cycle, do it, and let it roll, and then make a decision. We've changed things that we didn't know if they worked or not, we didn't even give them a chance.
And I sat over here and said, we change this every time, and I just proposed another change. So listen to me, I've said my piece, I'm okay if this committee comes back and says, let's roll it, because it becomes very easy to talk to the board at the next meeting and say, we're just gonna move forward and go on with this, and we're gonna get 3 more years of data, which will give us 5 years total.
Now, when we say let's roll with this, here's the other thing to think about. We rolled with the top 2 teams and how they finish in their league. We want to change that to the 2 teams that competed for their region championship. Move up to that classification. Or do we use the regular season? All up to this committee, Mr. Fitzsimmons.
I was gonna ask that. Sean said to itself, I was gonna ask that because there's a hole in that system when that team finished third and they're not moving up. But there's too many variables.
Well, it may be a hole and it may not, because let's say that team finished third, right? Theoretically, they probably lost the team that finished second during the regular season, and then they turn around and beat them in the postseason. Which one's better? I don't know.
And we also go back to, it could have been snowing.
Probably not in Vegas when you're the well season.
Well, I'm not trying to be a smart aleck here, but we did play during Hurricane, Hillary. And then the next week we played during a monsoon. Hurricane Hillary was substantially less than the following week's monsoon. So, you know, that's why I like the way we had that with the regular, based on the regular season for relegation. And, you know, I mean, I know snowing doesn't happen very often in Vegas, but.
And the other question was, what did that do to NIAA staff, having 7 state football championships at that, so she's down, did that stretch the NIAA staff?
Let me go with that one first, and I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Jackson, because I lived it. Look, at the end of the day, if it creates more work for myself, or our staff, or whatever, but it's right for kids, we do what's right for kids. We do what's best for kids. Was it ideal? No. When we start to look at a venue for state football, it can get a little bit challenging. This year, we have 5 championship games based in the South, if everything stays the way it stays. This venue that we use, the big venue, the nice one that comes in and pays for everything and takes care of us, can only hold 4 of them. So somebody does get left out of that, and somebody, this time it's you, gets to be the person that tells those people, sorry, you're not gonna be the ones that.
And that's what I want to piggyback on what Bart said. That is one of the concerns I have. You know, I had a great idea in my first board meeting. Hey, we'll have a random draw to see who, we can't do a random draw. That's ridiculously flawed in its nature. So with that, I want everyone to understand that there are going to be 4 games at Allegiant, as long as we can continue that process. Would we love to have more? Yes, but we're never going to kick a gift horse in the mouth. And with that, there will be 3 games potentially that aren't played in Allegiant. So I want that to be out there, but as far as the staff goes, I want, what Bart said is exactly where I was gonna go. It's good for kids. I mean, you guys do stuff that's good for kids and you're tired. Well, you know what? My goal is always at the end of the day to check this and see how many steps I got in, and, you know, we'll see what we can do. And Miles has been a great asset at Raiders, with the Raiders. And we're gonna continue to build that relationship. And Bishop Gorman has always been very amenable to hosting 1A at Gorman, at Fertitta Field.
Problem, next year.
The problem, right? Yes.
Nice job, Art.
Nice job, Art.
I don't see it in the record.
But that being said, you know, we're always gonna look at the venues that we can, and one of my promises to the board when they brought me on was I would always address getting the best venue available. And we'll continue to strive for doing that, but I also understand that we have limitations at Allegiant with 7. We have limitations at Allegiant with 5. So it doesn't matter what it is, there's a limitation there. So,
Ms. Wonder is the other holdover from the staff who's been here for longer than a few months.
I like getting my 16 miles, and by the end of it, we're a little slap happy, but it is fun to be around your kids. I miss the kids, so whatever you guys wanna do, but.
Mr. Phillip.
Well, to bring up that Legion stuff, like, has that been a discussion with school districts? Like, that's a tough thing for us up here. When it's our rotation to play state in the north, now we have to go to the south.
that's always gonna be a discussion with the schools. If we have two northern schools and they said, listen, we're not traveling down there, okay. No, I mean, that's something we have to have that discussion with. I mean,
Well, that's, I understand what you're saying, if it's 2 north schools, you don't travel south, but what if it's a north and south school playing, but you're supposed to play in the north? Now we're gonna end up in the busing, hotels,
so,
band, cheer, dance,
so one of the
100 football players. I mean, that's huge, man, and we have issues now, just getting certain places at certain times of the year, just because of festivals and everything else that goes on. Like
it's tough.
It triples our bill.
In the words of Rollins Stallworth, anybody know what EDC stands for? And Electric Daisy Carnival during the spring it creates that situation. I'm in conversation with multiple venues right now about those type of deals. This is one of the topics I'll be discussing with the board as we move forward. I think those conversations are gonna continue. I'm not gonna, I don't wanna let a cat out of the bag, and I don't wanna actually open a can of worms at the same time. But what I'm saying is this, those considerations are being made, because here's what I see as the issue. If I tell you, we're playing state football in Allegiant Stadium, and you gotta send 10 buses down, or 5 buses down, and all the hotel rooms and all that, what am I doing on the flip side to alleviate your costs elsewhere? So if you have to come down for football, maybe you don't come down for swimming, or I'm using swimming as an example. Or track, which is usually the biggest one. You're not coming down for track. Track moves always to the north or something of that nature. All those conversations are being had, and I understand that. I'm very concerned about the cost of traveling down there, because I'm gonna be honest with you, Vegas is not cheap. It's not a cheap destination to go to. It's very expensive, and those costs are borne on our kids' backs, because the schools have to pay it, and that takes away from other areas that they can funnel those funds. So I'm aware of that, and continue to have those conversations, but I get the concern with it always being at Allegiant, if it's always gonna be at Allegiant. There's gotta be some trade-off of some sort, something that alleviates the financial burden to our schools and our districts.
We're getting a little bit off track
Yeah,
with this item, and I want to make sure to stay on task. But as we have it right now, all of our sports for state championships do have a rotation. Where we're at right now with football, we know that the 5A1 and the 4A are southern based on those games are going to be in the south. The games that were scheduled, that were played in the north last year would rotate to the south this year. The games that were north-south game last year would rotate back to the north this year. If we're gonna say, let's roll with it, that's also what we're proposing. Football's been the one thing where when we've gotten, because some of our classifications are playing cross states, not like this. Kind of makes sense. When we get to both teams being from the same side of the state, that finally happened, we did in the cases where it's helped with transportation. Again, if we're saying roll with it, but I don't know that we're there yet. That's a postseason format question with that. But I don't think we look at necessarily trying to move everything to one spot yet. That's a discussion for down the road. We're just trying to figure out where to put teams right now, and what policy we're going to control. Mr. Larson.
I know earlier on, Mr. Henry, you mentioned that this 5A 1, 2, 3 was a limited trial basis. Are we continuing that trial basis if we decide to do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's, if you adopt the alignment that we've had the last 2 years, and just continue with it, I'll be all right.
Again, that would be, as I'm hearing with the caveat of running second set of numbers next to it, so that when this time comes again the next time around, we have something to look at, and we don't necessarily have 7 other sports coming to us saying, we don't be like football too. Comments and questions?
Just to clarify, the amendments to the realignment regulation don't put a limit on the number of state champions you can have within a classification. Okay, but they would limit the number of classifications you can have where you would have a state championship. If that makes sense.
Yes. Good. Anyone else?
So we said we were making theoretically, so we're to make a motion to say, let's stick with what we got. That would mean sticking with the top 2 from league play, moving up the following year, minus like Division 2, because they didn't have.
So we did.
I'm sorry, the state champion.
If that's the motion that is made to roll forward what you have right now, yes, that would mean that. If somebody were to tweak that, that would be their motion, doesn't necessarily mean that motion goes through.
Right, so
It would be as it is, as the rules are really long. So the top 2 teams as they finish in the regular season, or the bottom 2 teams as they finish in the regular season, would either move up or move down.
and this is. Because I guess, again, I wasn't part of this last minute, so I watched as much as I could watch. And then I didn't see anyone being in that room. I guess it's probably. We did based on regular season, except for, was the reason why Minogue didn't have to move up because of geographics?
No, the reason why Minogue didn't have to move up is they didn't go to a 5A1, there's nobody in 5A1, I don't know, 5A, they're out of they're as high as they can
There's
go.
how they can go.
In the same way that Bishop Gorman and Liberty had nowhere else to go. except for their-
Well, no, that's understandable. When you're the highest division.
But
When you're in the
the way
second
it's-
highest division, it's kind of weird.
The way the playoffs were set up, the playoff format was set up, and the leagues were set up, 5A2 was considered the highest classification. in the league. So there was nowhere else to go.
And that plays the true north south.
In Peg too.
In the same way now,
And
that-
5A.
And probably for
In
in the
Peg.
same way now, say the 3A is well protected, the bottom two teams in the 4A would have nowhere to go, right? They'd have to stay where they're at.
Gotcha, okay. Same answer then.
Anybody else on this? If not, we're gonna need a motion to do something.
I move to,
Mr. Cole.
I move to make that happen.
All right, our comment was great, but that disappointed it.
That's not a sufficient motion.
Sounds to me maybe you're looking for. Mr. Cole's now.
I was just saying.
I just don't know what the feel is if we wanna go with the two in lead or the two in the end. That's really the only question.
Okay, we'll see.
Okay.
Say,
See if I can do it. I make a motion that we continue on with the 3 divisions in football. But the determining factor. Seven divisions, 3 5A. Listen, I'm not forgetting you guys, I promise. The 7 divisions in football with 3 and 5. With the caveat that that we're gonna change it to the top 2 in postseason, not wait, but,
How is that determined?
huh?
How is that determined?
The 2.
So the state champion and the runner up.
state champion, or do you mean the two, like, when we had
For
the.
the league, so the Southern League. Region, thank you, that's.
That's what I was, okay.
Sorry, region, that's, so there's 2 that play for the Southern region, the 2 of it.
You can't move the northern up. It's only a southern relegation.
Yes.
In the north, in the
Yeah.
north, we only switched, the team that finished last in the 5-2 went down, the team that finished first, regular season. In the 5-3 went up. That's the only change we made.
So Douglas.
Douglas went down, and, I'm sorry, Donnie went down, and Douglas went up, not yet.
So, just for clarity's sake, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I can.
So I think what Ms. Hedwig is, trying to express is that she would like to continue the current alignment with the modifications to the postseason system, where the region champion and runner-up in the South would move up rather than based on regular season finish.
Thank you.
That makes sense. Did that make sense?
Makes sense to me. Mr. Anderson, makes sense to you on the motion?
I think so, yeah.
So then,
Hold on just a minute, I want to check, to make sure. No, we'll do that first.
Yeah.
You guys are right, let's go first with that.
right, question then, we're not changing anything in the relegation program for the north. Because right now it's 1 up, 1 down.
It just sounded like we can't.
I was.
No, that's what I'm saying, you're leaving it alone.
We have to.
You're leaving it alone, okay.
Just, is that something that I would prefer to talk to all my students before.
That's a major change.
Yeah,
What you're proposing is a major change.
No, because it doesn't affect.
No, it could change there.
I'm not sure we would want to do, I wouldn't do the same thing for us until I talk to everybody first and say, get their feel. Yes.
So motion's been made, so we were talking.
Well, but there's no second.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, so, but as a point of order, there's a motion. So
The saving is kind of, then you go to she went along too, that's why I want to find out.
What he said is exactly what I was trying.
Okay, so,
Wow.
so now before we go, the saving, that's your motion, what Mr. Colvin said, so before we go forward on this with any other conversation, discussion, whatever, do we have a second to this? For that motion? Going once. Twice. So that goes for lack of second, that goes away, we go back to discussion. Mr. Colvin, Mr. Colvin.
So as a point of discussion on that, the part of the reason why I would be against that proposal is there's lots of factors why the regular season champion, regular season runner-up might not end up being the champion in that scenario. There might be ineligible, there might be injuries, there might be those types of things.
Right.
And so a lot of times the true champion, the true best team might not make that. So really, and I think that's the concern over here with why, hey, we want to take it back and say, hey, that's going to change and impact and stuff. So that's why I would personally second it under that, is because that kind of year, you lose players, you lose all those kind of things. So I would leave the motion exactly the same, except for leave it as it was with the regular season, people staying the same. So I would leave it the same thing, same people go up, same people go down, leave it just like it is, because it's the same reason, right? Let's roll with what we've had for the year under the next cycle for 3 years.
I heard I would as opposed to not making the motion. I know Mr. Colvin, we want to get into this discussion before we go back to that. So,
I don't know that, I'm just showing our process, how that affects the north.
Two. How is that?
Yeah, because
Okay,
I'm sorry.
So what you're proposing is that at the end of the regular season, and I'm just gonna restate something, is at the end of the regular season makes no difference anymore. It's the end of the postseason determines relegation. The North relegates too, well, they relegate also, but their relegation occurs based on the regular season. So what you're proposing is the South is going to follow a different relegation process
Gotcha.
than the North is. And the North hasn't had an opportunity to even consider, well, maybe we should do that as well. But what I'm hearing Mr. Cole say is, let's just put it back to where it is and everything stays status quo.
guys,
Okay.
this was not my idea during the last cycle. I was not my idea at all. But when we talked about the reason behind moving up the two teams or moving down the two teams during the course of the regular season as opposed to the playoffs, the body of work was larger in the regular season. Right? You played 5 or 6 games within your league. There was something more to measure that out as opposed to, we got the bye, we were the hot team, whatever. And if that was brought up, then yes, you could. And the quarterback's been hurt all year and suddenly he's back to the playoffs and here we go. And my star running back, same thing. That can happen. It can happen in any sport. It can happen in baseball, you got your star pitcher. Those things can happen. Right, certainly can. Yep.
For sure.
Yep. But the regular, that's the reason I went that way, is the regular season is the bigger body of work by which you measure. Other comments now? Then we'll go back to a try for a motion again on this. I will tell you, if we don't end up with anything in this meeting, next week's meeting are a little bit longer, because we're going to decide this a little bit more one way or the other.
Here's a question.
Okay, it cards up all over the place. Mr. Foley, you want to go?
Now, just to circle back, this has been a lot to happen here, so we could still, if we roll with what we got, modifications could still be made to the playoff format at a later time, or no?
Yeah, we can still modify the play format, say it's, we'll put 7 teams and we'll put 4. We'll put 7.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
This is doing this for placing teams into whichever division for the regular season. Perfect. Mr. Cohen.
I move that we continue with the realignment process from the previous 2 years, exactly as we've been doing for the next 3 years for football.
I will second that.
Mr. Foley, seconds. Discussion, questions. You've not had a chance to survey your constituents. Do you think if they roll through, this is for either one who's sitting on my left. You've done it for 1 year. Do you think they'd be okay with that?
No, absolutely.
Everybody around the table that's involved, 4A, 5A wise, 3A wise, think we'd be okay with that?
I would like to amend that Bart also has to do the data for the other thing.
We don't need to put the story like that, we'll do it. Tell you that. It's a whole lot of people signing me up for stuff.
Put that on the ground.
Any other discussion, questions, comments, anything else about football? Do it, call for the question, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. We got that part, 10 and 11 are done, the creation of policies and procedures. We've already told you I will be doing that over the course of the next few days, we will come back together Thursday, not tomorrow, a week from Thursday at 2:30 p.m. That will be a virtual meeting only, make sure that we're all good with everything, policies and procedures. Okay? Mr. Larson.
Are we on number 12 yet?
Yes. Number 12, committee members' comments for the good of the order. Mr. Larson.
So if it's something after we decided 3A is enrollment only. As we go forward, are the 3A with the 1A, 2A, that once we're done, all of our sports are done? Or are we allowing teams to petition sport by sport to come to 3A again?
The 3A theoretically has been a sport by sport, and I think probably need to look at some of those sports where you might be a little bit low.
So we should continue to come to
Yeah.
the 3A format, okay? Another, now let's start with 3A South. I was told, I guess it'd be the best time to ask this. Our wrestling in the 3A South, the coaches brought up a proposal to have a 3A tournament duel at the end of the season instead of single duels throughout. The North does something similar where they just meet at the end of the season for the team duels. And then I think it's the next week they do the individual for the seeding.
2A does that too as well, they make duels
Yeah.
every season, yeah.
Is that something that I was told I need to come to this committee, to the 3A South, to change our wrestling format throughout the year from individual duels to a dual tournament end?
No, that's not something this committee would necessarily have to do, if that's the schedule you want to do. Mr. Anthony, that would be something you would work through with them on how they want to do it. Go ahead, Mr. Anthony.
So the way that it was proposed, and this would be essentially a tournament. So when we do an NIAA tournament, that's how it was proposed, sir.
But it would not be part of the NIAA postseason, because the NIAA postseason right now does not have a dual match tournament.
That, and that's the concern, that would need them to be a league and scheduled as a league match. Not a tournament to present its regular.
They
To
can call it
do
a.
a.
Mr. Brooks, I want to bring you on this real quick. You guys did the 2A duels up in the north. You use a lot of that for seeding, I think, for when you go into the individual draw.
Yeah, it's the same as they do, 3A will do for their seating, but they just do it throughout the year, we just do August in 1.5 days. But it would be considered, I think, regular seating, so just like regular season basketball, we have to schedule it however you want it, and then use that criteria for seating.
I will even tell you that from my things as chair, you can call it Dallas Ocean Education. I'm just on that. You can call it everybody. Mr. Jackson?
I think I understand the caveat here that's being thrown out. You're calling it a dual, I'm using you as a colloquial term here, Dallas. The folks in the 3A are gonna call it a dual tournament.
Correct.
And the word tournament within CCSD creates a sanctioning issue. And if it's a sanctioned tournament in CCSD, the costs are borne out by the individual hosting the tournament. So the concern here is who's paying for that? So to me, it sounds like what you're trying to do is change the scheduling format for the season. And that would be a conversation you would have to have with the gentleman to the right. It would not fall on the NIAA to sanction, we would sanction it as such, but it would be a sanctioned tournament for duels and not a tournament that we are sanctioning for open participation for any other schools. Yes. Okay.
Yes, basically, instead of one duel a week for the whole season, we're just, all of them are on Friday, Saturday, and they're done.
Right. I wish you luck.
So that, theoretically, that is something we could do if we get it in the 3A South and the schedulers and.
Yeah.
That's what
That's the way the whole state works. if I coach one of them next to north and.
Yeah, it's the way
It's the best thing for seating. Oh, yeah, no, my coaches are always.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Really good before. Anything else in our committee you want to add before we wrap up today? Thank you. Thank you for taking the time out of your schedules, for being here for everything we've gone through. Yeah, I'm gonna get public on here, so that's fine. Yeah, no worries. Took a lot of time on your schedule. We covered a lot of ground today. You guys were very open-minded about a lot of stuff. We ended up kind of moving back to where we were, which, okay, put a lot of time into this to get back to where we started from, which is okay. I think that means we're moving in the right direction. Well, let's move on to item number 13, which is our public comment item. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the committee about any matter not listed on the agenda. Items raised on this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law have been met. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked to said person complete a public comment card and submit it to a committee member prior to the opening of this item. Full person of the group, 80 opposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the committee as a whole. Comments that are deemed to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, or inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be taxed, or not be permitted. I don't think we've got any folks still here with us. I have nothing in my email. Was wondered, do you?
I have nothing.
Jackson, do you have anything? Comments closed at 2:04 p.m. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
I know we were.